Very good morning to everyone present here. A warm welcome to the Foundation Day celebration of Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. It is indeed a proud occasion for us as we together honor our legacy, celebrate our achievements, and look forward to the journey ahead. I have the privilege of inviting our esteemed chief guest, Dr. C.H. Mohan Rao, President, Telangana Academy of Sciences, our distinguished guest of honor, and the Foundation Day orator, Dr. Anurag Bhargava, Professor, Department of Medicine, Kasturba Medical College, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and adjunct faculty, McGill University, Canada, and our beloved director, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni. A special word of welcome to our senior retired colleagues. Your presence makes this occasion extra special, sirs. I also extend warm greeting to all our colleagues, students, friends joining us virtually through live streaming. Now, to begin this celebration, we'll begin on a musical note, and I invite our MSc students to sing for us a welcome song.
वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 सारे गा मग मगरे नि सारे गरे गरे सा तारे गा मग रे नि सारे गरे सा कैसा पावन सुहावन समय आज है आप आए अतिथियों के सरताज है कैसा पावन सुहावन समय आज है आप आए अतिथियों के सरताज है देव की बाती पूजन कहे आज हम स्वागतम 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 देव की बाती पूजन कहे आज हम स्वागतम 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 मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 बगियान से हमने है कलियां चुनी दर्द के फूल से हमने माला बुनी मन की बगियान से हमने है कलियां चुनी शब्द के फूल से हमने माला बुनी करते हैं तुमको अर्पित सुमनाजहं स्वागतं 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 करते हैं तुमको अर्पित सुमनाजहं स्वागतं 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 मन की वीणा से गुंजित मणिमंगलम स्वागतं 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 स्वागतं। Thank you.
That was a very beautiful rendition, dear students. Thank you very much. I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed dignitaries, to kindly step forward and take your place on the dais. Chief guest, Dr. C.H. Rao, our guest of honor, Dr. Anurag Bhargava, accompanied by our director, Dr. Bharti Kulkarni. Welcome once again, sir. A warm round of applause, please. We welcome our dignitaries. As is customary, now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, an eternal symbol of knowledge and wisdom. I request our distinguished guest and director madam, kindly step forward. Like Prabhu. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. It's one of the largest institutions of the
The institute has made significant contributions to the nutrition policies of the country. From the identification of opportunity to the bottom of the we are proposing satisfactory diet. Shaping up crucial nutrition programs, including midday meal programs, ICDS program, vitamin access program, which help on the dryness, nutritional access program, management of protein energy, and nutrition person in which restricted the imported proteins. These are some of the few achievements. Establishment of nutritional requirements of Indians has been an important contribution of NIN. And as science evolves and as new knowledge is available, these values are requirements in terms of estimated average requirements and recommended dietary allowances have important implications because these form the basis for not only the food regulatory policies but for fixing minimum wages, guidance for regulatory bodies such as FSSAI, guidance for the government nutrition programs, as well as food and agriculture policies. But we know that nutrition problems are getting more and more complex and challenging because the country is facing the triple burden of malnutrition with persistent undernutrition in children and micronutrient deficiencies. Undernutrition is also prevalent in adults to some extent. So while these problems are persistent, there is also rising prevalence of overweight and obesity and associated non-communicable diseases very, very rapidly. And the role of nutrition research is now more critical than ever. While we continue to find solutions to the persistent nutrition problems such as undernutrition and anemia, we need to also address complex challenges of rising obesity and non-communicable diseases linked with modern lifestyles and dietary habits. NIN as an institution strives to stand up to these challenges and serve the country by guiding the nutrition policies through evidence generation. NIN's dietary guidelines for Indians released in 2024 have had direct translational impact. I'm very happy to inform you. The recent notification released by the Ministry of Women and Child Development has emphasized on the use of food baskets with diverse food groups aligned with the revised nutrition norms recommended by NIN. As per NIN's guidelines, the ministry has also emphasized the need of restricting sugar to 5 to 10% of calories in children and avoiding additional salts in nutritional supplements. NIN strives to make greater efforts and step up the research activities in the coming years to make greater contributions. I'm very proud to inform you that NIN has completed landmark nationwide SAMPADA survey in the current year, and the wealth of information generated through this effort will be crucial in refining our policies for better impact. Today, we will also be launching some of the new initiatives like Infused Nutrition Innovation Summit, as well as some of the knowledge products developed in the Institute. We are very fortunate to have amongst us our chief guest, Dr. Mohan Rao, former director, CCMB, and President, Telangana Academy of Sciences. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. We are also very thankful to Dr. Anurag Bhargava, who will deliver the Foundation Day oration, and we are all eager to listen to his words of wisdom. As per NIN's tradition, we will also honor retired staff who have completed 75 years of age this year. I'm glad to welcome you all. and the serving staff who complete 25 years of age. Foundation Day is also a pleasant occasion to give away the Dr. Tulpule Oration Award and Srimati Malati Tulpule Award. I am sure today's Foundation Day celebration will inspire us further to strive for excellence and rededicate ourselves to the service of the nation. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
Thank you, madam, for your welcome address. You've not only highlighted our achievements over the years, but also laid forward the challenges that lie ahead and the way forward for us to kind of meet those challenges. Thank you once again for leading by example. I now invite my colleague, Dr. Shabna, to introduce our chief guest.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and students, it's my great honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. C.H. Mohan Rao, a distinguished molecular biologist with nearly 4 decades of excellence at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. Dr. Rao served as the director for CCMB from 2009 to 2016 and currently holds the position of Senior Professor Emeritus at Vitskunari Hyderabad campus and is the president of Telangana Academy of Sciences. His exceptional contributions have earned him India's highest scientific honor, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in 1999. He has fellowships in most prestigious scientific academies, including the World Academy of Sciences. He also has extensive collaborations with leading international institutions. Dr. Rao's research has advanced our understanding of molecular chaperones and their role in protecting cells from stress-induced damage, contributing valuable insights into aging, cancer, and neurological diseases. His contribution in photoacoustic spectroscopy have established new methodologies for studying biological tissues non-invasively. His laboratory developed a diagnostic microarray that can simultaneously detect 20 different pathogens, which significantly improves the diagnostic accuracy in ophthalmology. Today, we have the privilege of learning from a scientist whose career exemplifies the translation of fundamental discoveries into meaningful advances for human health. Now, we will have the felicitation of our chief guest. I request our director, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni, to felicitate Dr. Mohan Rao. Dr. Mohan Rao to deliver his address.
Good morning. Dr. Raji Bal, I believe he joined online. Is it?
He joined online at around 10 o'clock, we said. So there will be little uncertainty about this.
The Secretary, Department of Health and Research, and the Director General of SAMPADA, Dr. Anurag Bhargav, today's Foundation Day orator, and Dr. Bharati Kulkarni, the Director of NIN. Friends, I see many friends in the audience, and particularly some of the retired staff who have come here might have seen me, and I might have seen them on many occasions at this hall itself. As Director was mentioning, NIN in a sense started very long time ago, 107 years ago, 1918, before independence at Konoor, and moved to Hyderabad, and then became National Institute of Nutrition around 69. Incidentally, today, 26 September, also happens to be our CSR Foundation Day. So, some of you might remember Some of you might remember that this 26th September, CCMB remains open day, and our open days have been quite popular. We had one occasion where on one day, 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, between 9 to 5, 21,000 people visited us. So that was one of our interesting occasions. So this, for some reason, this happens to be the same day for both the major institutions of Foundation Day. My association with the NII is very, very long. I very much remember when I was a student, PhD student, Society of Biological Chemists. Many of you know, so Society of Biological Chemists was not probably continues to be is the largest society of biological chemists in the country. More than 4,000 to 5,000 scientists are members of that. It has a local chapters. Hyderabad was one of the local chapters. Hyderabad local chapter meetings were conducted occasionally at this building at NII. So we used to come here for SBC lectures. These SPC lectures were conducted, as I mentioned here. When we are, yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah, we'll start here. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. We are all very pleased to welcome you to the Nin Foundation Day. I believe you we have to leave early, and therefore I would like to invite you to give your brief remarks, sir. Over to you.
Sorry, my apologies for stopping somebody who was speaking. I'm really sorry, but I have to go to a FASAI function and be there with the minister on an international FASAI some conference that they are doing. So unfortunately, I'll have to leave in a few minutes. I just want to say I am extremely pleased and greet you all on this Foundation Day of ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition. ICMR has always been proud of NIN. It was our first institution and has been very, very important in the country. Research done at NIN has been very critical for nutrition programs in the country. And in the face of increasing NCDs, we have an added challenge. And we need to move towards from the deficiency side to actually this opulence and trying to see how we can prevent this catastrophic increase in non-communicable diseases. I also want to felicitate NIN on the National SAMPADA survey that you have completed. It is a great example of doing good quality, descriptive work, but very important for the country. It will give us very important data. Also very appreciative of the collaborative nature with other institutes in ICMR that you have been working, particularly using the samples collected in SAMPADA for biomonitoring like lead exposure, etc. So without wasting a lot of your time, and I must say that we just need to continue and be contemporary. One of the things in NIN that if there is one flaw, we have in the recent past, maybe a decade or so, become a little out of sync. I am with Dr. Bharti Kulkarni's appointment as the director and the work she is doing. It's already bringing NIN back to the contemporary world and to the needs of the country as of today. I am very pleased that some new initiatives are getting launched, like the Nutrition Innovation Summit, Infuse, which is a significant step towards bringing together innovators to tackle pressing issues in nutrition. I am also very pleased to congratulate Dr. Anurag Bhargav, who will be delivering the Foundation Day oration. On behalf of the entire ICMR family, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all staff at NIN on the occasion of your Foundation Day. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much for inspiring us as always, sir. Very, very grateful for sparing your time despite your busy schedule. Thank you so much. I'm very, very sorry, sir. There was some uncertainty about.
Well, director generals are always busy, so we need to handle that. Particularly, I am very familiar with many of your ICMR director generals. Dr. Ganguly has been a close friend of mine for long years, and even yesterday he was calling me for some reason. And then Soumya Swaminathan. When Soumya was at DG, I was with the Your Medical Board. And then, of course, Balaram Bhargav was a close friend of ours. So all these director generals would be extremely busy. And there's some, if you are sitting in Delhi, your time is not in your hands. In any case, I understand that. So we are talking about the NIN being a place for Society of Biological Chemist activities here. I used to come here. One thing struck me at that time, I don't know whether that still continues here or not, is that when we were here, upstairs somewhere we had a meeting hall someplace. Then we were going to a faculty canteen. There was a canteen separate for faculty, separate for other people. So I was a little surprised that there was a distinction between the human beings for a canteen purposes. But anyway, I don't know whether that still is there or not. One important contact that I had with NIN has been related to eye research. Long time ago, Dr. G.M. Rao, he came to India and started thinking of establishing the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute in Hyderabad. Then he came and visited us. He has seen some of our publications, so he wanted to speak to me and Balu. We discussed it. We set up a small group between L.V. Prasad Institute and CCMB to talk about eye research. And we were meeting once in a Friday, once in a week. Then Dr. Sitaram Bhatt from this institution has joined our team. And then we used to come here once at CCMB, once at L.V. Prasad Institute, once at NIN to talk about eye research. Then we called the team, some small university professors also joined with them. We called the team as a Hyderabad Eye Research Group, HERG. That Hyderabad Eye Research Group, Hyderabad Eye Research Group gradually became Indian Eye Research Group, because many people from different parts of the country have joined that group, and that became very popular Indian Eye Research Group. Annual meetings were conducted very high level. Then we became international. We became RO, Association for Research in Vision and Ophthalmology, internationally. So now we are part of RO earlier. So now a small gathering of two groups from Hyderabad, now becoming international organization, and NIN is a part of that history. So we are very proud that NIN is part of it. That tradition of eye research, now Dr. Bhanu Prakash is continuing in NIN, and we hope this will continue. Well, nutrition is an essential aspect of all life forms. All animals living in the wild would know what to eat. We don't have to teach them, we don't have to give a discovery of how calories should be used or what protein to be eaten. They know what to eat. And they survive very happily and comfortably. And they take care of protein and carbohydrate balance. Now, the human beings at that stage, when animal stage, also taken care of themselves without any difficulty. So life itself perhaps knows how to handle itself. As much as possible, it will handle it itself. Problem comes only when we actually alter things. Now, for example, our lifestyles have been changed. If we continue the hunter-gatherers way, working hard to find food, whenever we get food, we are not getting food every time, then things would have been different. Now we get food anytime we want. Whenever we want, the food is available to you. And food quantity is increased, and and we are not spending energy for gaining food. So we are not spending energy. We are eating whenever we want, not for the hunger, for the pleasure. So all these things are now causing problems. So now we are to worry about nutrition. Otherwise, nutrition should have been a part of life. There is no NIN is not necessary. Okay. It is a part of life. But now that we spoiled ourselves by doing all kinds of wrong things, then we need institutions to tell us what to eat and when to eat. One more factor in this thing is that the demand for food is also increasing because the population increased so much. Demand for food is increased. When the demand increases, the quality suffers. So we have a poor quality of food, poor habits of eating food, and not working. All together as making us a sick country. So now we need to really take care of that. So what are the nutrition challenges for all the nutrition scientists? Is that one thing is the food affordability and accessibility. These factors contribute to malnutrition. At the same time, obesity. Both are coming because of the food affordability and accessibility. Now, food affordability and accessibility are two issues which are in future, if you look at it, what is likely to happen? Because of the global warming, ice melting will take place and the ocean levels are going to raise. When the ocean levels raise, our coastal areas will submerge. When they submerge, part of area available for irrigation, food, is going to be lost. Now we already have shortage, now we are going to lose some. Now all agricultural scientists are now looking at how to grow plants which survive the flooding. With the flooding taking place, how do they survive? How to grow? So now that is a major idea, activity for another aspect is temperature base. If temperature is how the crop is going to change. So those communities are already thinking of what will happen in the future and what we should be doing right now. Right now, I don't know whether you're aware that many remotes in the world are growing food crops at high temperatures. The building says temperature raises, what will happen to the leaves. So that work is already started. So we should also work in the nutrition movement. If the temperatures are going to work, how our nutrition requirements are going to change. So that must be one of the aspect to look for in the future. Nutrition quality is compromised very, very badly. And also, not eating diverse foods. Our food eating diversity was also getting affected. Because we are not eating diverse food, we have calories, malnutrition. Because malnutrition, we have eaten hunger. I think one of the major problems really is how can I use it? So now something like this. Challenge is in the operation. Short chain particles. Last time in the Calcutta University, when I was speaking, I was talking about AI. If you don't know the computers, if you can't use computers, you are nowhere. You can't get any good thing. Today, if you don't know artificial intelligence, you are nowhere. Okay. Now you have to know AI. Now AI, either for for using AI, you must have that intelligence, that much of knowledge. To use artificial intelligence, we should have a minimum of a native intelligence. Okay. Now that needs to be picked up. AI has to be taught. So I was talking to people and say that artificial intelligence 101 course should be taught in every institution. So maybe you should also organize a one-day workshop on AI nutrition. So what can be done? I think you should start thinking of AI nutrition. What can be done with AI nutrition? For example, personalized nutrition plans. Now, it can be planned because each person, entire genetics now available, genome can be easily determined. You can in Hyderabad itself, there are places where you give your sample, they can do your genetics, complete genetic analysis, and give you what genes that you have, what hospital genes that you have, what drug you should take, what drug you should not take. They can give you within about 7-8 days time anybody's sample. So take your full genome, take your genomic information, and combine with your medical history and physiological matrices that are known, and you can custom design your food. For example, I've done my genome done at one place, and I take one medicine for hypertension. They told that medicine gets metabolized in my body quickly because of enzyme variation, so I should take that. I should take a different medication. So that was possible. So this is possible. It's not very expensive. It is possible to be done. And we should start looking at how personalized nutrition can be developed using artificial intelligence methods. Then automated diary assessments, AI-powered tools can use to recognize the food. If I'm eating idli or dosa or something like that, how many calories it has, somebody has to tell us. Now, I've been seeing these things in our country for long years. All the time we have information about pizzas and other things. Indian food calorie information is little less. I know NIN has been doing this work, and there was a app introduced some time back that after that also publications are available of. But the difficulty is that they say one measure of it. One measure of it and one idli. One idli size is not going to be same everywhere. And 100 grams is also difficult. So actually difficult is there in real estate. Now because of AI applicability, you use a cell phone camera, take a photograph of food that you are eating. It must be able to recognize what food it is. From the diameter, from size, you should estimate what size it is. It should tell us exactly how much you are eating. So if it can tell, if you can convert that, I know I heard that there are certain packages ICM are developed for food images and that. But they are developed for the purpose of putting in the annual reports. I don't know how much is being used in the country. For example, I have not used it. I tried to use one of the program developed in India, but it did not work out. So we need actually professional help. Professional help in that make this actually popular and usable. When I say popular, one more thing that comes to my mind is that in United States, if any health issue is there, health-related point, if any citizen want to know, they will log on to NIH's website, National Institute of Health. NIH website, they log on. That's authentic information, no problem about it. There is no such thing in our country. NIH website should become so popular that any nutrition question you have, people should think that go to NIH website. You open your cell phone and go to NIH website. So NIH website should have a portals where public usable information should be also available. And there are many other packages which can be developed. Food industry and manufacturing also they can be used to enhance food quality. Composition analysis can be done at the same level. Production efficiency can be increased. And population health and research. That's another thing is nutritional trends can be seen. For example, our generation and one generation earlier were eating essentially traditional food. Your breakfast used to only idli, dosa, vada, and something like that. But now their children don't prefer that. There's a change in the food habits. So national trend in food habit changes must be monitored. So again, AI can be useful in such a large scale studies. I understand there are already some packages available. There is something called JOE, which combines AI with microbiome and food blood biomarkers data and tailors your food requirement. Your dietary plan, it gives you this program, this gives you, takes human genome, your genome, and takes your blood sample, all the parameters, and then gives you a specific diet plan. And there's another package called Day 2. The package name is Day 2. It employs AI with a metagenomic data for meal planning that minimizes glycemic spikes in metabolic syndrome and diseases and diabetic conditions. So these can be popularized. So when we talk about this AI, artificial intelligence in food, one name comes to my mind. One of CCMB student, whom I also taught, name is Ganesh Baglar. Ganesh Baglar was a computational person. He's worked in computational area in CCMB. Then went on to work on food and nutrition and food. And he's developed a concept called computational gastronomics. Computational gastronomics has now become a very, very, very important area. Now he works on what combines with what. Okay, when you prepare a food, certain items are used in certain areas, certain items are not used in certain areas when you make a food. So there is some kind of a combination seems to be there. Okay, then they are developing. His question to start with was, why do we eat what do we eat? Okay. We eat certain things, why do we eat that? We eat, for example, idli with sambar. Why do we eat idli with sambar? What is the reason for it? Why do we eat what we eat? Is the question. There must be some rational reasoning for that. So he looked at all molecular aspects of it. He did data-driven research, led to computational gastronomics and food pairing. What food can be paired? Now, based on this we can understand, perhaps we can understand the molecular basis of a food, molecular basis of a taste. Can we understand the molecular basis of a taste? Now, why do you want to understand the molecular basis of a taste? I'll leave with the last part, is that whatever food you think is nice and tasty and good is not healthy. It's certainly not healthy. All junk food is very healthy, very tasty. We all want to eat all junk food because that's very tasty. All the food which nutrition says is good food to eat, it doesn't taste good. Okay. Now, if you understand molecular basis of taste, can you convert junk food, convert healthy food to taste like junk food? Okay. Now, what is involved? What is involved? We need to know all molecular perceptions. Okay. Taste, flavor, sensation, many parameters. I know nutrition scientists take care of hundreds of parameters of this, plus provide the cellular functions, which cell fixes of what taste. Okay. Now, what's the combination of this? Use artificial intelligence to arrive at a combination aspects and see what should be modified in healthy food so that it tastes like junk food. Then we don't have to worry about teaching everybody to don't eat junk food. Okay, we can eat healthy food. So I think this kind of a molecular science has to develop in future, and I hope NIL with the distinguished scientists and all these people will succeed in making our country healthy and nutritious. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative message. You've covered such broad variety of topics, all connected to health and nutrition, from climate change to pre, post, and what is the other biotic? Prebiotic, postbiotic. Now the post remain in my head. So about all the biotics, symbiotics, and also genetics, and you've also reiterated what our DG said in his message to stay contemporary and get acquainted with AI. Thank you very much, sir, for also taking us down the memory lane and remembering Dr. Sitaram Bhatt. I now invite my colleague, Dr. Shabna, once again to introduce our guest of honor and the Foundation Day orator, Dr. Bhargava.
It's now my pleasure to introduce our Foundation Day orator, Dr. Anurag Bhargava, Professor in the Department of Medicine at Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore. Dr. Bhargava specialized in internal medicine at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and completed his master's in epidemiology from Michael University, where he also serves as an adjunct professor. He co-founded GEM Swasthya Sahayog, which operates a rural hospital and community health program in underserved regions, demonstrating his commitment to healthcare delivery in low-resource settings. Dr. Bhargava's pioneering research has fundamentally transformed our understanding of tuberculosis prevention and care by highlighting the critical role of nutrition. His landmark ration style, reducing activation of tuberculosis by improvement of nutritional status, demonstrated that monthly food rations reduce tuberculosis incidence in household contacts by 39 all forms of tuberculosis and 48% microbiologically confirmed pulmonary TB, proving that social determinants of health can be effectively addressed through targeted interventions. He has contributed to the development of national guidelines for TB patient care and India's national essential diagnostic list. His research continues to influence tuberculosis prevention strategies worldwide. I now invite Dr. Bhargava to kindly come forward for the felicitation. I also request our director, Dr. Bhargav Kulkarni, to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Bhargava. We now request Dr. Bhargava to deliver the Foundation Day oration.
Good morning, everyone, and I really thank NI and people Karni and colleagues to really bestow this opportunity and honor to me to deliver this Foundation Day oration. It is really a big honor for me, and I'm overwhelmed by the occasion. Of course, this is not my first visit to NIN, and I have been coming here off and on since 2016. I was also part of the centenary year celebrations. Dr. Bharti has been always helpful in sorting out issues of policy formulation and research, and I'm really glad that association has been there for the past many years. So when we drink water from a well, it's good to know who created that well, and it is my duty to pay a tribute to NIN and its founders. The whole story of the founding of NIN and this campus is itself, I think, something that all of you should read from Dr. Chintamani's book, C.G. Pandit's book of My World of Preventive Medicine. And this was what the Lancet in 1962 considered NIN, an institution of global importance, which actually any person in the world should come and learn because of its combination of field-based research, laboratory, and clinical research. So I'm especially addressing this oration to the young members of NIN who are going to be the future, scientists and directors here. So please, you have joined a wonderful institution, and it is your efforts which will continue this legacy. Medicine has been called the youngest science because really we are the youngest science. In 1905, when Albert Einstein was decoding the theory of relativity, the first vitamin had not been discovered. When you had, in the 1940s, there was still no idea of immunology. People had already, even the 1960s, when man landed on the moon, you had very little knowledge of immunology. So it is really the youngest science, and within medicine, actually, nutrition also has its major developments in the 20th century. With the discovery of vitamins and then, of course, subsequent developments. But we should never forget this ancient wisdom. And whether Hippocrates said it or not, I cannot say, but because he died in 460 BC. But this is the crux of the matter: the right amount of nutrition, the right amount of exercise. So actually, it's still when we talk about the double burden of communicable and non-communicable disease in India, we have to give certain people the right quantity and quality, and we have to make the other half again improve their quality and take their food with exercise. So we have an exercise deficiency syndrome in India, which is actually creating this whole epidemic. So I will just maybe take a look to the past, because those who forget the past are condemned to repeat the mistakes. It also illuminates what we are engaged in. I think I have drawn my inspiration from many people, historical figures of the past. I mentioned them. And sometimes we have made mistakes in the past, which we should introspect on and, make the correction. So I will talk briefly in the next few minutes about Sir Robert McAllison, about Dr. John Boyd Orr of the UK, and also introspect on a landmark trial in India, which actually influenced policy across the world for TB chemotherapy, the Madras trial. But some of its conclusions with regard to nutrition and TB were questioned. I will also discuss, maybe at a personal note, my journey in rural India and clinical medicine, public health and research. I will talk about some of the work that happened because of this journey in rural India on TB and undernutrition interactions, establishing undernutrition as an effect, also showing it as a cause of TB in India, policy formulation, development of some tools for nutritional assessment. We also had the opportunity of directly intervening with nutrition intervention and again intervening on policy, and some ideas for the way forward. So this graph is showing actually a paper from NIN, from the CNNS survey, showing the situation of nutrition in adolescents, again showing that double burden, thinness, stunting, in large parts, and again increasing obesity and overweight in some populations. And one wonders whether this was always the case. And this is again a quote from Alexander Reed, who was a Britisher who visited Hyderabad and said that he cannot make out a difference between nobility and servants except from the clothes. Now that is a very important thing. In India, if I go to Jharkhand, I can clearly make out the difference between a manual worker and somebody who's a trader or an official from the nutritional status. But this was what? Of course, this is a question. If you go back to the nutritional history of India, things were not always so bad. In fact, in some cases, we have actually declined. For example, in consumption of pulses, etc. And maybe again, to focus on history, we call ourselves different kinds of names. We were earlier called, part of the third world, and we were a developing country. So actually, this book makes disturbing reading, but it shows us how in the 19th century, late 19th century, actually, along with climatic factors like the El Nino oscillation, there were droughts and famine in China, Brazil, and India, but which was exacerbated by the policies of the government at that time. And now, nearly 150 years later, when we are confronting the challenge of climate change, again, it's a time to look back at some of these, things. And I firmly believe that we should stop calling ourselves a third world country, a developing country who hopes to be developed in the next few decades. Any country which can create a monument like Charminar, which has been standing for 450 years, it doesn't fit into that category. So when we look at the past, it's very instructive because we always have this feeling that we have always been undernourished, and we have in India, we have a dubious distinction right now of having the highest TB burden in the world. Whether you take, the number of new cases, the number of deaths due to TB, the number of patients with MDR TB, it's a huge burden. And what are we taught in classical teaching in textbooks is TB is a disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which is a half-truth. Now, if you take the past, this is from a paper, Indian recruits in the British Army had almost more than 10 times less TB infection, evidence of TB infection than the British recruits. In fact, even today in India, only 20%, 21% of the population has evidence of TB infection according to the previous survey. So our rates of TB infection have never been as high as the Europeans faced. 1 in every 4, Londoners was dying of tuberculosis in the 19th century. But why is it that despite these low levels of infection, we have such a high burden? So it comes to the other part of the equation. It's not merely a question of infection, but also immunity. And of course, one paper suggested that the British brought TB infection into India. That is contestable. But again, the conditions which happened in India definitely favor, the spread of TB. So I am not taking a sort of, very black and white view of the Britishers' presence in India. Yes, I think some of them, like Robert McCarrison, really helped, develop our own policies. And for the young faculty when I feel that he was not after MBBS, he was just an MBBS doctor from Ireland. He was part of the Indian Medical Service and the valley of the Himalayas. And he's making his observations there. He makes an observation on typhoid fever. He makes an observation on chitral fever, which is because of sandflies. He proves that this is a new kind of fever. It's because of sandflies. He sees endemic goiter there and starts working on that. After the First World War, he has some illnesses. It starts on the age to struggle. One session, he has a system. So that is the resource he had, and over time, he continued his work, which caught attention. So I would generally say that this nutrition and national health is a series of 3 lectures. It's still work makes good reading. And I think that it should be read by all of us. Start.
wrong. Of one single ingredient. You actually do experiments in that. The diets practice six India. That's significantly done. It's just the worst. Actually, alignment of marking for the other restrictions. So, some solution on how that could be done. And this is the first time that the nutritional scientists were actually deciding the food policy on a national scale. And what they did was basically experiments of take survival, whether you take growth, and they even did crossover experiments. They found that actually the supplemented diet was superior, for all these growth, survival, and so in the so before I come to the wartime diet, some observations on the effect on milk on children's growth, and this was done in 7 cities in England, and they found that 20% higher growth in those given milk. Also, they found that whole milk and skim milk was performing the same way. So they were actually skim milk could really improve the growth of children. And again, Dr. Kulkarni and Dr. Rajaswam's paper showing actually a fairly strong correlation in India between mean heights in different states and milk consumption. So the British wartime food policy
what they considered was everybody in UK had access to a minimum diet for their physiological requirements. And some people, the pregnant women, lactating mothers, young children, people with disease got more. So what they did was made milk available to people. Eggs was actually not so much. And then vegetable, again, production and accessibility improved. So they, in UK, this was the major intervention at a national scale. And they found in those years, the maternal, infantile, and neonatal death rates and stillbirth rates were the lowest ever. TB incidence declined in growth of children at home. So when we are, thinking about the challenges in India, I think these are valuable lessons. And in fact, NIN is in a situation where you have access. Your recommendations affect the midday meal scheme, the ICDS, everything. Coming to TB, and here I'm going to talk about the Madras trial. And Wallace Fox is a kind of leader of TB chemotherapy evolution. The chemotherapy of TB owes a lot to this person from MRC UK. But this was his slide for, in 1968, saying that diet is unimportant. And the entire focus was on chemotherapy and regular drug intake. So the Madras trial was conducted between 1956 and 1959, was published, and basically it made it possible for chemotherapy of TB to be delivered at a domiciliary level to house level. And they found that actually the bacteriological results, according to them, we'll come to that in a minute, were almost equivalent. But the sample size was actually quite small. But if I reinvestigated what are the weights of patients in the Madras trial, when you're saying that diet is unimportant, and this I did as part of my master's kind of assignment, the weights in men were median of 39 and women was 33. If you just take the current height of Indians, mean height of Indians, very underweight or very severely underweight. Weight gain with treatment was almost double in the sanatorium group which had access to diet. So the home people were just kept on the usual diet with some maybe 300 calories extra, some milk powder, but they were basically on their home poor diet. If you take sputum conversion, it was better in the sanatorium group. And persistent microbiological cure was also, it was the time to conversion was shorter. And now more and more studies are coming up in the literature where even drug-resistant TB, the rate of conversion, speed of conversion is determined by a body mass index. So if your weight is better, you convert faster. And particularly in women, this is not published, but when I saw the results in women, actually they get very poor in the home treatment. So now he made this qualitative observation on a unique cause of default in India. So Wallace Fox said that some people feel so hungry after they start therapy that they cannot tolerate the hunger pangs and stop treatment. But a year later, the paper said that diet has no role in the treatment of TB. So there's some kind of a, discourage here. Now I'll come to my own journey in rural India and primary care and clinical medicine. At heart, I'm a primary care practitioner, and I love working with communities, especially who are underserved. And I am an accidental researcher just forced by circumstance. And for me, apart from the honor of delivering this foundation lecture, really it was an honor for me when I was, given at the age of 17 years this National Talent Search Scholarship. So throughout my MBBS and MD days, I got this 200 rupees and 400 rupees a month. And somehow I felt very indebted to this country, and I felt that I should repay the debt. Anyway, so I worked in rural Gujarat, and then rural Chhattisgarh, and then Sami-Abal, Uttarakhand, and then rural Jharkhand as part of the trial. Rural Gujarat was very interesting. I was invited by the administration of a medical college if I could serve them. Also work with Tribhuvan Das Foundation, a non-profit organization which is supported by Amul. I don't know how many of you have gone to rural Gujarat and seen the animal care program of Amul. But if in India we develop a human care program which is equivalent to that animal care program, we would have no parallel in the world. So any animal which falls sick, they just have to call, the lady of the control room in Anand. Within 2 hours, a veterinarian goes and sees the animal and for a flat fee. So this was very inspiring. Of course, you know the role of Dr. Varghese Kurian and Mohandas Patel, who was the community leader in that area. I feel that this exposure to communities and primary and secondary level of care is very important for everybody, whether you are a clinical person, a public health person, or a researcher. Because it's not just the delivery of services, but you get a very comprehensive understanding of the epidemiology, presentation, and management of disease. You understand how to manage a disease in a given social and economic context. And then your solutions will also be applicable there. And it can generate very valuable ideas for research and action. So the period that I spent in rural India was a period of learning, relearning, and most importantly, unlearning. Some of the textbook things I inherited, as we taught. So the whole program is very diverse. There's service provision through a village health worker-based program. There's a referral hospital which has now 4 OTs and a DNB program in surgery. A lot of capacity building, development of appropriate technology tool, and of course, demonstration agriculture, animal health, and research and advocacy. And this was where I started my career in rural India in abandoned kind of buildings. So we had to, convert all these into some kind of a health center. And now it's actually in a very different shape after 25 years. The village health workers, again, we have so many ashas in India. Actually, this was one of the early programs of village health workers. And now some of them are actually managing the sub-centers themselves. They can do ECGs, they can do smears, they can do a lot. And I feel that actually that is the most critical investment, that is in people. So we had to, go for outreach services in this kind of terrain, but we could provide everything at that point, whether it's a pharmacy or a lab. And innovations, this is a microscope running with a battery and instruments running with a battery there in the middle of a reserve forest. I thought that a small place has small, problems, but we found actually a very diverse and complex set of problems in rural India because there was really no access for care for these problems. And this is actually showing my wife and Dr. Raman Kataria doing the surgery in those conditions. This woman had come with a massive ovarian cyst, which was operated here. She was waiting for 4 years for this thing. And one of the stark things that actually forced itself on us was the encounter with malnutrition across age groups. It was so pervasive and so severe that we could not have missed it. Now, we know that malnutrition increases the susceptibility to infections as well as the severity. So at a single point in time, these are 3 children with pneumonia who have developed that time and who have got their chest tubes inside. And you can see all of them are underweight. This is a family of patients with tuberculosis. When I treated one of them and asked him whether anybody else in the family was having symptoms. So he brought his father and his sister. Any ideas of what disease this could be? Of course, the woman in the center is not a very good photograph. These are, lab technician, and these are 3 women with. Sorry, this is diabetes. Diabetes in people who are not obese, not rich, and not sedentary. And this is again a young diabetes patient with very severe, hyperglycemia, but no ketosis. So we found that we could not ascribe this diabetes to, sedentary work or urbanization or, a Western diet. And we could not classify diabetes also because they were people who looked like type 1 but were not developing ketoacidosis, and people who were type 2 were not obese or sedentary. And we did a small study which we never published, but that most of our patients actually were underweight and with suffering from chronic undernutrition, and only 15%. So when we talk of diseases, it can have a totally different presentation, epidemiology, given the context. And sometimes these distinctions are lost when we make a full national program, thinking that this is the reason and this is how we will treat them. For example, I cannot ask these patients to lose weight, restrict calories, etc. That will be completely inappropriate. So after many years now, this has been classified as an atypical form of diabetes amongst people with low BMI. And of course, it is very different in its, so there's more of insulin deficiency than insulin resistance. But much is still unknown about epidemiology, pathophysiology, and natural history of this kind of diabetes of low BMI, which is now being classified as type 5 diabetes. Again, something for NI to consider. So we talk of a lot of dichotomies in clinical medicine and public health, and most of these dichotomies are actually not helpful. So if we focus only on undernutrition or only on overweight, again it's unhelpful. If you focus only on micronutrients or micronutrients, again it's unhelpful. So most of the cases when we are talking of strategies intervention, we should consider both. And in rural areas, again, we sometimes focus on chronic care, but acute care is missing. We focus on communicable diseases, but non-communicable disease treatment is not available, etc. So while working with this rural community, we were diagnosing 600 patients with TB per year in a small center operating OPD 3 times a week. We realized that it is not a problem of, TB is not a problem of individuals, but of households and communities. Infection with TB is a necessary but not sufficient cause for TB or its outcomes. So when a person is developing TB, we know that in those who are infected, only 10% progress to active TB over a lifetime. And in 90%, the immunity is actually preventing the progression of TB. So when we talk of TB, one part of the equation is infection, but the other part of the equation is immunity. And undernutrition was the major cause of immunodeficiency because it was a low HIV prevalence area. There was not much of diabetes, etc. Was a major cause of immunodeficiency. Later, there was a term coined in the literature called nutritionally acquired immunodeficiency. So we started using this term of NAIDS to describe this syndrome. And undernutrition was a blind spot in TB care and prevention. At that point in time, for example, the national TB guidelines had only 2 weight bands, less than 50 and more than 50. So somebody with a weight of, as is shown in this photograph, of 29 kgs to 30 kgs would get the same dose as a 49 kg person. And some of these patients would develop serious side effects, hepatotoxicity, seizures, even with this kind of thing. So weight bands also, we were, our work, helped the government to understand that we need more weight bands in TB. So this was the first and the largest cohort study in India of what is the BMI of adult patients with TB before and after therapy. And we collected this data over 5 years and showed that actually these levels of nutrition were very alarming. And they were increasing the risk of mortality 2 to 4-fold. Now we collected this data, but it's only after the training in McGill that I could understand, epidemiology and biostatistics to be able to publish this paper. And again, I feel that sound training in epidemiology and biostatistics and good statisticians would really help the research at NIN if that is lacking, particularly statistical expertise. What we also discovered and what has been shown in many studies now that undernutrition is just not a comorbidity, it has serious implications. Delays sputum conversion, higher rate of hepatotoxicity, 5 times higher rate of hepatotoxicity. Even drug absorption is affected by undernutrition. And again, it has a risk factor for mortality, poor nutritional recovery, and relapse. Now, these are all areas which are actually very under researched areas of the interaction between TB and nutrition. In 2014, we published this paper for the first time, estimating what is the burden of TB in India due to low BMI in adults. And this was published in National Medical Journal of India. And subsequently, we revised it in 2022, extending the analysis to 30 ITB burden countries. In the earlier paper, we showed 55% of TB incidents in India attributable to undernutrition. This is based on NFHS figures. And even recently, the figure was still almost half of TB in India. So now the WHO recognizes that amongst the 5 risk factors for TB, it is undernutrition, which is the leading risk factor for TB incidence in India. So really speaking, something just outside the organism, if we address undernutrition, we will have a significant impact on TB incidence. And I would like to draw the attention here that those population groups in India which have the highest levels of undernutrition have the highest level of TB. This is an uncontested graph that in the West, before even the discovery of the first TB drug or the TB vaccine, TB was on the decline in West consistently, under the influence of improving social conditions, out of which adequate nutrition, better nutrition was a very important factor. So in UK, for example, from 1850 to 1950, the TB incidence really came down, mortality came down, and in that period, there was 11 centimeters increase in height, documented in UK. So something was happening in nutrition which was producing this improvement, and that was again associated with decline of TB. Reading McHarrison's article actually introduced me to an experiment in Papworth in UK, where actually adequate nutrition led to almost elimination of TB in a community. This was called the Papworth Village Settlement. I'll not go into the details. This is published in 2012. But in spite of universal TB infection in those children, they did not develop TB in the first 5 years without even drugs or vaccines. And the rates of TB really declined by 84% in all contacts who had been living outside Papworth and then came to Papworth in those conditions of improved nutrition. This was not, however, a trial. Fortunately, after this, we generated some of this data. I was given the opportunity of, coordinating the development of this guidance document for the National TB Program. We held a workshop, and Dr. Bharti spent 3 days of our time to come there along with other experts in nutrition. And that was a really helpful exercise, which later sort of also led to this direct benefit transfer and now food basket for TB patients. We also developed some tools, a simple field chart for BMI assessment, and also the mobile TB app, which not only helps to calculate BMI, but also gives action points. If the BMI is very low, what to be done, how to manage the patient in the hospital, what kind of counseling to give. And so it's just, now it has been integrated into the TB Arogya Sathi app. It also gives the caloric requirement and protein requirement for a patient. So the last part is just I am going to talk about the rations trial, but looking back in the past, the only evidence that we had was from history. And uniformly, before the chemotherapy era, everybody was talking of nutrition as a very important factor for care of patients and for prevention of TB. So in the rations trial, we addressed these 2 important questions: put a nutritional intervention in a setting with high prevalence of undernutrition, reduce TB incidence. And can a nutritional intervention improve TB treatment outcomes? And again, this was done in 4 districts of Jharkhand with a field team of about 70 people. I really owe it to this team of people who really, persisted throughout the COVID pandemic to keep the trial going. And whatever success we achieved is because of their efforts. So this was in 4 districts of Jharkhand. Over 28 blocks and TB treatment units, and started in 2019 August and then ended in 2022. There were some sub-studies in the rations trial which we are still publishing, qualitative study. And qualitative research is very important again in nutrition because it can give you what are people's perceptions, experiences, and other social dimensions which will complement our quantitative research. So the micronutrient study was again done with the help of NIN of vitamin A and D. And then we are also publishing the study of body composition following intervention and immune function. So the study population of 2,300 households and with patients with TB and their household contacts followed up over 2 years. So the household contacts were actually the primary kind of trial population. And this was divided into a control group and an intervention group. In the control group, people were on the usual diet, and in the intervention group, contacts also got food baskets and multivitamins in addition to patients. All patients, for different reasons, in the trial got food baskets about 10 kg
with baskets every month for a period of 6 months. So the second condition that the patients additional rice, sattu, and milk powder and oil and multivitamins. These quantity calories and protein per day. And the family member per month got 5 kg extra rice and 1.5 kg pulses. About 70 additional calories for 3 grams protein per day. So this is from speed, and this is a family and the intervention arm getting the food rations. It's not about 1 kg of period. So activity of this. So that's one situation. So apart from finishing the situation in the performance status it's performance status is start. You see, it's not just this information is given. To me, that's science potential that was identified. So that's so and simple skills. I think it's simply status and diabetes are the 3 big things which really are. Section had just been liberation. So we have. So some access to periods. Higher periods of vaccination for obesity. Actually lower. Higher across ages. So it's kind of the time. It's .6% in the control arm and 1.7 in the intervention arm. Suggested that 49% risk reduction, and for lung TB, the effect was even higher. It was 900 versus 510, so 48% reduction. And this was actually kind of association despite all the different sensitivity analysis.
In the patients, we found that, again, like in Chhattisgarh, even after 15 years, we found high levels and high prevalence of severe undernutrition in patients, and nearly 500 patients had BMI less than 14. Around 10% of patients were sick and actually needed hospitalization, and this is now being considered by the program in the guidelines on differentiated care that patients should get triage and referral. Only 3% of patients at baseline were able to do normal work. So what happened to the patients who were given this 10 kg food basket? We had a treatment success of 94%, median weight gain, which was 1.5 times that reported in the program. Despite this population of sick patients, very severely underweight, unfavorable outcomes in only 5%, with death in about 4%, loss to follow-up was minimal, and mostly in the COVID pandemic. And if you compare the death rate, which is a national priority in India, we are still losing more than 3 lakh patients a year to TB. Mortality was reduced by 35% overall, and in those with less than 35 kgs was down by 50%. Our lowest BMI patient who survived had a BMI of 8.26. And you can see here that the mortality was really clearly associated with weight and the performance status. So it's possible to prevent this. And what we found in this trial was very helpful, which is a direct result of the intervention. Those who achieved even a weight gain of 5% over baseline had a more than 60% decrease in the hazard of death. So early weight gain was protective for mortality. What was very important from the patient point of view is, as against 3% who said they are able to work at baseline, at the end of treatment, this figure was 75%. 1 quarter still did not return to normal work. But again, this was a substantial improvement. So key learnings from Ration's trial for TB prevention is that basically, if we take the TB program operating within the public health programs of India, nutrition supplementation is an important potential public health intervention for TB prevention in communities with a burden of TB and undernutrition. The best vaccine we have is actually about 49% efficacy preventing lung TB. So this was comparable to that, although it was not a trial of that. And 30 households, if you just supplement, if you have a better public distribution system, for every 30 households given this better nutrition, you would prevent 1 TB patient. And again, as far as patients are concerned, nutritional therapy support should be an integral part of the program in India because undernutrition is highly prevalent in severe patients. And we could show a reduction in death rate. We could show that comprehensive evaluation by field workers with a simple triage tool is effective and feasible. And this was a very, very important outcome of the trial, that we could show not only reduced TB incidence, but also reduced TB mortality. So these papers were published, one on the outcomes in contacts and the other for outcomes in patients at the same day in Lancet and Lancet Global Health in 2023 August. And for the first time, somebody used the term food the TB vaccine we already have. So all the time in TB community, it's always said that we cannot prevent TB unless we have an effective vaccine. But that has been the case for almost 80 years. The Rajya Sabha committee picked up the trial results and recommended it for nationwide implementation. So actually, very heartening. We had not sent them these articles, but mechanisms exist. In Up to Date, which is a reference tool for physicians, it appeared. It has also appeared in the latest edition of Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine, the trial. And Lancet thought that it was significant enough to be listed as one of the key publications in 200 years of Lancet. So anyway, that was there. We often talk in researchers, it's a coincidence that the WHO is also revising its guideline, and because of the Ration's trial, they revised the guidelines also. And now globally, this is a recommendation. They could identify only 1 RCT of food support. And so they have recommended this for TB affected households in food insecure settings. So this is just going to come out thanks to Dr. Annabel Bradley for sharing this slide. And so this will be out in the public domain soon. But most gratifying is what happened in patients. And this is a tribal boy who was an orphan, weighing 24 kgs, BMI of 10.7, starts therapy, cannot even walk, starts walking with support, and gains 16 kgs and was showing off that he can drive a cycle now. So it's a very gratifying result. The same patient that we talked about earlier with a BMI of 13, within 4 months is in this shape. So along with effective therapy, if we treat this comorbidity, the results are very gratifying. TB nutrition, just a bibliometric kind of thing in PubMed. There are very few publications from 1959, but somehow of late, and we have been participating in this effort. There is now increasing interest, and I think NIN can take a leading role in now many of these aspects. So so the whole work of Robert McCarrison and John Boyd Orr reflected in the United Nations Conference on Food and Agriculture, and the conclusions that they made actually are still true. Highlighting also this food consumption at a level merely sufficient to prevent malnutrition is not enough to promote health and well-being. We just don't want to remove malnutrition, but we want to make people healthy and productive. Because people now started accepting food as a vaccine, this is a recent paper I have written about adequate balanced food, ABF, as a vaccine for AFB and more. So if somebody develops such a vaccine which is preventive as well as therapeutic, which can be given orally, is safe in women and children, can promote growth, can promote happiness, has no adverse effects, no issue of IPR, it is intergenerational in effects, and can attenuate or potentiate the effect of existing vaccines, they would get a Nobel Prize. But this vaccine is already available, as again, some people need it, and some people need to take it with exercise. So the way forward, I'll just conclude here. It's been a tremendous opportunity for me to talk to such a distinguished audience, and I'll just say this. As we move forward, we are responsible to the past also, to maintain the legacy, but we are also responsible to the future. And somewhere down the line, there'll be another foundation day where they'll look back on what NIN was doing and what we in public health in India were doing. So I feel just this 5 or 6 I's to share. Individuals are important. Individuals are very, very important for any institution. And I think this is the biggest investment that any country can make, is to increase the capacity of individuals. Of course, individuals have to work in a manner which is aligned to the institution, to the institutional priorities, to the national priorities. And I think the capacity building for individuals early in their career will be very fruitful. I did epidemiology at the age of 45. So I got that opportunity to build up capacity at the age of 45, and I've shown something for it. But I think people who are getting these opportunities here can do a much better job. Institutions are important, and I think very fascinating to see Hyderabad being the site of so many national institutions with a great legacy. And I think institutions need to interact both within and without. So within the institution, there needs to be probably greater team building and greater exchange of ideas. And outside the institution, again, we should all be interacting with other institutions. In the case of NIN, you have institutional structures which are actually looking at you for guidance, and you've been providing guidance for them, whether it's the ICDS, whether it's the Ministry of Health. So great possibilities of impacting on those practices. We need ideas. So institutions or individuals are nothing without if we are not generating ideas. And as I said, sometimes we are only looking for new ideas. And I would just say from my experience, good ideas are not necessarily new ideas, but ideas resurrected at the proper time, according to Charles Handy. And again, in clinical medicine, we are often told this prayer of Sir Jonathan Hutchison: for too much contempt for the old and too much zeal for the new, good Lord, deliver us. So sometimes we are, Gandhiji also said this, that I will open my, windows, but I will not be swept away. So sorry to cite a, cautionary note, but in the present time, we are likely to be very mesmerized by artificial intelligence or, some other new developments. But we have to see whether these ideas are the best as national priorities and what people in the ground need. Every individual and institution needs to practice according to certain ideals. And these ideals for institutions are those of excellence and of relevance. This is my take on it. So not only should an institution be excellent in the work it does, but also relevant to the community, to the population it is serving. And I think, yes, again, invoking Gandhi, Nehru was getting very confused on what policies to adopt. And Gandhiji gave him a talisman, which most of us know about, that if you're confused, then just think about the poorest person that you have ever seen, and just see how this policy is going to affect him. And if you think that policy is going to do that person good, that last man in the queue, then you're okay. And I think interactions and interventions, again, we have now the possibility of interactions, virtually global interactions, within India interactions, and interventions, that we will do. I was just fascinated with the SAC thing to realize that early investigators are getting 3 crores to, implement interventions. Sorry, 30 lakhs, sorry. 30 lakhs is also a big sum. So most of the research I've done on TV is not been funded. So even that is a big sum. We get 30,000 for Steve grants in medical colleges. So that's advertised there. So I'll just end here with these thoughts, and I think I'm 3 minutes over time. Yeah. So Madhvi is my wife, and she's been a co-traveler in my journey across India. So I must acknowledge this thing. My mother, I belong to a vegetarian family. I was born low birth weight. And I was growing up in Goa, so my mother decided that protein was very important apart from other things. So I, till the age of 5, was getting 25 prawns a day and eggs. So my early nutritional disadvantage was overcome, but probably now I'm at a higher risk for NCDs. My father actually was a public servant, was the head of a national institution, and again, a very remarkable career of institution building and integrity. Jan Swasthya played an important, really formative thing in my life, and I continue to be on its executive committee. Dr. Veena Shatrugna from the NIN, I interacted with her a lot. I've heard of Dr. Kamala J. Rao, who was J. Rao earlier. Dick Menzies and Madhukar Pai really gave me the platform to learn new skills and apply them. And some of those greats, the giants of the yesteryears, Virchow, the founder of social medicine, William Osler was a famous clinician, and Rene Dubois, who actually worked on early life development, also worked on microbiome in the 1950s. So many of these ideas that we talk about are actually because of these giants. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, sir, for your very thought-provoking oration. And it was truly enriching. And this, ladies and gentlemen, from an accidental researcher, but with a heart full of empathy and a drive to give back. Let's put our hands once again for that very insightful oration. Thank you, sir. And on this high note, we'll break for tea and we'll assemble back here in 15 minutes. Tea is served just outside the hall. Thank you very much. Thank you. Virtually. You can also proceed to the canteen for high tea. Those of you who are on the campus. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We left on a high note after hearing that wonderful oration. And I think, and most of my colleagues will surely agree with me, that the oration was deserving of a standing ovation. So can we do it now, please? A standing ovation for Dr. Bhargava for that excellent oration and dedication to his work. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you for being so inspiring. Thank you, sir. So we now move on to the next segment, which is quite awaited by some of my colleagues, and that is the Tulpule Awards. So the Tulpule family has instituted two very prestigious awards, and I will give you a brief about these awards. This is in the name of Dr. P.G. Tulpule and his wife, Srimati Malti Tulpule. Dr. Tulpule was a former director of ICMR National Institute of Nutrition from 1980 to 1983, was a visionary leader who played a pivotal role in bringing NIN from Kunur, Tamil Nadu to Hyderabad. He is fondly remembered as PGT, and he's among the longest serving scientists at the institute and was instrumental in placing NIN on the global map in the field of food toxicology. Dr. Tulpule shared an enduring partnership of 62 years with his wife, Srimati Malti Tulpule, who stood beside him in Kunur and Hyderabad. After moving to the NIN campus, Srimati Tulpule became an integral part of the family, NIN family. Her warmth and generosity and caring nature won the admiration and affection of all those who knew her. In the cherished memory of Srimati Malti Tulpule and in honor of Dr. P.G. Tulpule, the Tulpule family has instituted two prestigious awards. Srimati Malti Tulpule Award for Junior Scientists and Scholars in recognition of their promising contributions to public health and nutrition, and the P.G. Tulpule Oration Award for Senior Scientists in recognition of their outstanding contribution in public health nutrition research. These awards are a tribute to their enduring legacy and symbolize a committed and continued encouragement in recognizing excellence among researchers, scholars, and scientists. I also am delighted to announce that Dr. Anil Tulpule, their son, has joined us online. And I now invite Dr. Shabna to introduce the recipients of the awards this year.
Srimati Malti Tulpule Award, shared by Dr. Ravindranath and Dr. Deena Dasi. Dr. Palka Ravindranath serves as Scientist C in the Drug Safety Division at ICMR NI, having joined the institute in 2018. He completed his MSc in Biochemistry from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, and earned his PhD in Biochemistry from ICMR NI. With 31 publications in reputed journals, his research addresses anemia and micronutrient deficiencies through innovative detection methods and targeted interventions. Dr. Ravindranath's notable contributions include standardizing a point-of-care hemoglobin estimation method using pooled capillary blood for population-level anemia screening, which was recognized among ICMR's top 30 innovations of 2023. His 3-month screen and treat iron folic acid program for adolescent girls significantly reduced anemia with benefits persisting 9 months post-treatment. Through mechanistic studies in cell culture and animal models, he continues advancing research on iron homeostasis, translating scientific findings into sustainable public health solutions. Congratulations to Dr. Palka Ravindranath. And now I invite you to thank the Srimati Malti Tulpule Award.
Also request our dignitaries to please come onto the stage to do the honors.
I request Dr. Ravi to share a few words with us.
Very good morning to all. I thank Tulpile family for constituting these awards to NIN scientists. And though I am receiving this award physically, and this credit has to go to my mentors, Dr. B. Raghu and Bharati Madam, for their support. Thank you so much, sir, Madam, for your continuous support and encouragement. And I also thank my lab staff and students for their continuous support and bearing with my endless experiments and stupid ideas. Thank you so much. And I also thank jury and coordinators of this program for choosing my name. Thank you so much.
We now turn to the co-recipient of Srimati Malti Tulpule Award, Dr. Tina Dasi. Dr. Tina Dasi is a scientist C in the Maternal and Child Health Nutrition Division at ICMR NIN, having joined in 2018. She earned her medical degree with specialization in microbiology from Guntur Medical College in 2013 and previously worked as a consultant microbiologist at Fernandez Hospital. Her research focuses on anemia and childhood stunting, integrating innovative laboratory methods with community-based approaches. Dr. Dasi's significant contributions include large-scale anemia screening using pooled capillary blood, ICMR's top 30 innovations of the year 2023, probiotic iron supplementation trials, and gut microbiome cohort studies. She has led sub-studies under the STAR trial, developed maternal nutrition e-modules, and received NSI Best Paper Award in 2023 for policy and health research. With over 25 publications and multiple NHRP project investigations, she continues building her expertise in maternal and child health division. Congratulations to Dr. Tina Dasi, and now I invite her to please come forward to receive the award. I request Dr. Tina to share a few words with us.
Very good morning to everyone. I'm grateful and honored to be receiving this Srimati Malti Tulpule Award. I sincerely thank the Tulpule family for instituting the award and for ICMR NAN for this recognition. Here, I would like to acknowledge my mentors who have been guiding me in my research, Bharti Madam, Raghu sir, and Sairam sir, and also all my colleagues who have been supporting me in my journey. And I would also want to recognize the various teams I have worked in the different projects I have worked so far. So I would like to say that this award is theirs as much as it is mine. Thank you all.
We now proceed to Dr. P.G. Tulpule Oration. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Subbarao M. Kavararapu, recipient of this year's P.G. Tulpule Oration Award. Dr. G. Subbarao is Scientist F and Head, Nutrition Information, Communication and Health Education Division, ICMR NI. He uniquely blends his social science roots with 2 decades of expertise in nutrition communication, public policy, and community engagement. His research explores the cultural and contextual factors shaping food environments with significant work in food labeling, vendor education, workplace nutritional well-being, and combating health misinformation. He has contributed to over 100 peer-reviewed publications and served on the expert committee for India's 2024 dietary guidelines. His direct policy experience includes chairing scientific panel for food labeling, claims and advertising at FSSAI, and serving as a member of Niti Aayog's Working Group for India's Nutrition Strategy. Dr. Subbarao leads transformative initiatives like Let's Fix Our Food Consortium, aimed at reducing HFSS food consumption among adolescents, and has developed innovative digital tools including Nutrition Atlas 2.0. He actively translates science for the public through extensive awareness sessions and media engagements. His contributions have earned him prestigious honors, including the Outstanding Nutrition Scientist Award from FANS, the V.N. Padwardhan Prize from ICMR, and the Mid-Career Award from the American Society of Nutrition. He is a Fellow of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Royal Society for Public Health, and most recently, the International Union of Nutrition Sciences. Congratulations, sir. Now I request Dr. Subbarao to deliver his oration.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for this honor. I am deeply indebted to this illustrious institute. I come from a different background, as you can see from my profile that Shabna has just read. I'm neither a medical scientist nor a biology scientist. I'm not a complete social scientist also. I come from a background of communication. And this institute is extraordinary that it's thought of bestowing a scientist position for a so-called non-scientist according to academic parlance. And this institute has a great history. And once you read the history of this institute, you fall in love with this institute. And this institute has already laid a platform for everyone to be heard. We are very fortunate as a generation. I don't call myself a new generation now because there is Gen Z already. If I'm not Gen Z, I'm at least Gen Y. And surely Gen Y, as a Gen Y, I'm telling you that we have a great platform to take off, and you are heard very seriously and taken seriously that too. That credit goes to a great legacy of this institute, and I'm very humbled, overwhelmed. This is most precious of all the honors because your own institute is honoring you. All the others are just, there. That's it. Thank you very much for this. And as you know, I work in the area of nutrition communication. When I asked as to what I need to present for an oration, with the previous awardee, the first being Dr. Bharati Kulkarni herself, and the second one being Dr. Arulappa, and my cousin, my colleagues, and then my younger Gen Y colleagues, what do you want me to talk about? They said, sir, everyone so far has documented their journey in this institute. I think that would be the best. So I'm not touching upon many other things that are there. I just draw from the research that this institute has helped me do or co-do with many of the others, and then draw some conclusions from there. And then I broadly titled this as Nutrition Communication Research Practice. I'm introducing a not very familiar term called praxis. And at the end, there is a lot of predicament that we still have to tackle. So this is my topic, nutrition communication research, practice, praxis, and predicament. This man is Dr. Tulpule, as you know, and this is how he looked when I saw him last and had an opportunity to touch his feet when he was 99 and attended the 50th NSI conference. And that was my first interaction with him in person. I am really humbled. This handsome young man is again Dr. Tulple. He himself doing research on aflatoxins and separating out groundnut for his lab work, standing alongside his helper in the lab. This is a great lesson. I didn't know much about Dr. Tulple, but we have a great library. Went to the collected works of Dr. Tulple. His major work was on aflatoxins, and he was director of NIN, as you all know, after Dr. Srikandaya. And then he also had was in the group of Dr. Patwardhan and Dr. Gopalan, who brought NIN from Kurnool to Hyderabad. And he was instrumental in instituting the center called Food and Drug Toxicology Research Center, which existed almost in 2011 or 12, if I'm not wrong. And then it got subsumed into NIN as two divisions: food toxicology, food safety, and drug toxicology. So this is a great man. When I asked about people who worked with him, whom he recruited, they all said he didn't have any heirs. He didn't believe in hierarchy. He was a nice, jovial person, but did a lot to the institute, and he treated everyone the same. That's what perhaps the Sanskrit sloka says, Vidya dadati vinayam, vinaya tyati patratam, patratva dhanamapnoti, dhana dharma sukam. So one who's educated he gains humility. From humility, riches. From riches, one becomes worthy of the respect. And that is this man's legacy. So these are some of the nice pictures that I collected of his. You can see him interacting with all people. And I'm sure you also recognize Dr. Bamji there. And also, that's how he looked in his 98th or 99th year. So, and coming back to the story of the oration, as I said, I talk about research, practice, praxis, and predicament, but I will also deal with a few of our experiments and some experiences and a lot of exasperation at the end. Talking about research, research focuses, as you all know, on scientific methods, data generation, and establishing evidence base for interventions. Practice is how to of that. Since I belong to health communication, I said health communication encompassing specific actions and techniques informed by research. Praxis involves something else. It emphasizes the critical appreciation of that knowledge with a specific context, and it involves reflecting from time to time. So a scientist would actually take theory and put it in practice, but a person who's actually in praxis would reflect whose cause it is serving, recast the focus, and then get back to it. I think we should be there. Getting to flashback, I'm not saying I've initiated something new in this institute. This institute has a great legacy, as I already said. This is the first poster, sir, of the study of Dr. Nagarison that you've shown. He made this poster, put it up in the exhibition or a museum that he created. He started with a one-room laboratory in Pasteur Institute. Then he convinced Lord Lillington, who was the Agriculture Commission chairperson at that time. And then Lillington was convinced, but India was struck with famine. Then they briefly shelved the idea of starting a deficiency research unit. And again, it was accepted when Lillington became Viceroy of India. And that's how NIN started. And from one room laboratory with Mullah Singh and Madhav, he did work on pigeons, which he actually put in the animal house, in an abandoned jam factory, which was right opposite Pasteur Institute. And then he took over, as he showed his research was so illustrious that from one room laboratory in Pasteur Institute, it became 6-room laboratory. And he took one well-lit hall and created a museum in those days to showcase all the work. That was the first work of nutrition communication and research advocacy. And he brought a lot of illustrious people to that museum. And one such was Parlakimidi Raja, who came and donated 2 lakh rupees to institute a fellowship, of which we have great people like Dr. Narsigarao, who were recipients of that fellowship and stuck on with this institute later. So that's the first poster. All the rats who were age-matched, weight-matched at base were given different Indian foods. Of course, he mixed up the race issue with nutrition. I agree with that. And also he whitewashed a lot of British excesses which have caused the famine in India to talk about nutrition and undernutrition. But that apart, he's the father of nutrition research in India. So that's what he's shown. He put up these posters, different rats given different kinds of diets and how they developed over a period of time. And that's the 1-room laboratory which extended to 6-room laboratory. And then later, this is one of the glimpses of the museum in Kunur, the top one that you can see, that people coming from all walks of life and seeing. And of course, this was carried on in NIN, and Dr. Gopalan should be credited with thinking of a division for extension education in those days. Later, it became extension training. And then community activities, school-based awareness, village-based awareness, these were all part of 70s, 80s work of NIN. And there were very illustrious people like Parvati Rao, Mohan Ram, Sai Baba, T.C. Raghuram, who worked in these areas. And then these are all, that's Dr. Parvati Rao talking, in our nutrition museum. And also in community, we have several other pictures. Then we've also ventured into publications. And taking off from there, as I said, the platform already well laid out. As a reluctant, not a researcher, not a scientist, as a reluctant employee of NIN, I didn't want to join this institute for that matter. I was already doing very well in media and earning double the salary that NIN was offering, but for my parents' pressure, I joined. I was very reluctant. And first 6 months, I didn't want to work because I didn't know ABC of nutrition after reading balanced diet and 6th grade science. I have not done science any time after that. But still, it was excellent. The colleagues were great. We were taught. And then, of course, later, by 2011, I got an opportunity to work on the history of this institute. That's a great learning and a lot of unlearning too, of understanding. And then, and also for 2018, when IJMR came up with 100 years of NIN, had an opportunity to, put together the 100 years history in about 3 or 4 pages. So that was very good. And then it started very, very early. And thanks to my already, established colleagues like Dr. Raghunath Rao and Anil Dubey and Sai Baba and Nageshwara and others. So we got into the, rigmarole of publishing. And then we also said trials. And sir, as you rightly said, we also used to get 20,000 rupees for research. Not even 20, 15,000 was the first research grant that I got for something called Feeding Minds, Fighting Hunger. This was a study, this was a globally established classroom of FAO that we've adapted to Indian scenario, and then we've used. And further to that, several media and methods, like quizzes, folk art forms, normative theory-based approaches, CD-ROM-based education, Nutri-entertainment, all these that were done by 2006 or 2007 and by 2011 most probably. These are several publications, some of them rated as great education material by Journal of Nutrition, Education and Communication, but it didn't serve any purpose. As I said, it's a small study, a few people, where is the scale up? That's the exasperation with which we were left. And from there, I will cut to the next important thing. We've done a lot of research, then we've also reviewed what we did, and then we realized nutrition communication messages don't interest many. They are so boring because they talk about behavior change, make eating and living very complicated, sir. Mohan Rao, sir, as you rightly said in the morning, you ask people to consider and eat, it is a very boring thing for people to do, and they don't want to do it. And always talk about a change, unlike other sciences, they talk about behavior change, which is very, very difficult to bring about. Benefits are not immediate. You have a headache, take a pill, headache is gone. You're under nutrition, take a supplement, is it gone or not gone? Will it come back, not come back? You never know. Or you say you're not eating now well, and 10 years later you will have NCD. Nobody will bother. Taste is the biggest driver. And all are not decision makers, limited powers of scope, and then there are also economies and infrastructure that come into. So what works, what doesn't work, from just a few, understanding of ours. These are some of the things that we listed, formative research, training of traders, and then passionate people to do it and things like that. And what doesn't work is just the numbers and just doing it top-down way, and then booklets, games, and other things. These are some of the learnings. Again, coming back to Dr. Tulpule, yes, while that kind of research was on, there was a turning point in 2006 or 2007, personally for me. Again, it has an association with Food and Drug Toxicology Research Center, not with Tulpule sir directly, but since he belonged to that, I thought it would be pertinent to talk about. We undertook a World Bank aided study called KBP study on food safety. This, to my knowledge, was the first study which covered all Indian states. And Dr. Shivkumar, director at that time, handpicked me, Dr. Sudarshan, and Dr. Vishnu, 3 different discipline people, and put us with Dr. Kalpagam, very difficult boss to work with, very strict boss to work with. And then we were to come up with this survey done and submit the report within 1 year. I didn't have ABC of work in field. Forget about, other than urban schools and urban environment, no interest or understanding of whatsoever food safety at household level in rural India is all about. Then I was tasked to do the qualitative part of it, which I did as a passing work in my, probably PhD or maybe in masters. So I will not hesitate and safely take the credit of initiating the first qualitative research work in NIN. So this was the study which brought multidisciplinary team together, and then we had to work on understanding the knowledge, attitudes, beliefs, and practices of related to food safety for the government of India to come up with a large-scale campaign to promote food safety. And this report actually, you look at us working with communities in rural areas there, and irrespective of the field that we come from, we all went together on some of the field work and done qualitative research. I'm sure you recognize the man in white shirt there, Dr. Sudarshan. The one sitting next to him in another white shirt is Dr. Vishnu, who's now the Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Public Health. So that was the extraordinary team that we worked on, and we produced a lot of qualitative research-based, papers based on this understanding of South Indian household women's food safety at household level, girls, adolescent girls, and then regulators, food inspectors, a lot of data. I am not showing everything, but what it led to was some very interesting things. It led to the national campaign on food safety, that washing hands as a campaign was done. We were given to understand that this report became the Ernst & Young, the consultancy which was hired by Health Ministry to come up with national level mass media campaign. That we got to know from Dr. Anupa Sidhu, I'm sure, who's joining online, who was the committee member at that time to take it forward for messaging. So this is, and further to that, we've also done some simple things like coming up with a street food strategy even before the smart foods and the smart cities idea was thought about. In 2010, we came up with a street food strategy for Hyderabad to place it as the global city, and then this won us great accolades and a lakh of rupees as a prize in that time for futuristic city idea. And then we also were very happy that it was taken up by the Government of India and Ministry of Culture to actually set up some street food vending areas in Hyderabad, like Raitu Bazaars that we have today. But unfortunately, 2010 afterwards, AP was in a turmoil, and then state bifurcation, there were a lot of changes. This didn't go forward much, but the strategy is still there. And then we came up with this code of practices for communication. And then further to this, NASVI, the National Association of Street Food Vendors, and the street food festivals of Hyderabad were all started. A lot of credit should go to Dr. Sudarshan, who led these ideas, and I had a great opportunity to work with him on the communication aspects. Then this led to something else. At household level, are the 5 keys globally circulated by WHO enough to handle? This is, further taking the research, to a little later stage. Then we looked at, I'm only, as I said, citing a few case studies of the research. I'm not covering the entire trajectory. So this, we looked at how household refrigerators are used, what is contaminating foods at the household level, what are the practices, a lot of observational studies, contextual assessment, and then non-participant observation in the households. Then these 5 keys which say, keep clean, separate hot and don't eat cooked food after 2 hours. No household in India will agree to this. I eat the food that is cooked in the morning and the night, even if it is not refrigerated. I'm sure most of you do. Is it true or not? And then these are the messages that the community won't take, won't understand, and refrigeration is not a thing that is common in India at that time and even now. Only 20% of the households have refrigerators. So these are some things that cannot be considered. So we went into actually mapping different contextual and cultural factors on food safety. And then we mapped at what at what stage of food chain we will get impacted. Then we identified 84 risky practices, household assets, and other 84 factors which actually are posing risk to the microbiological contamination of food. That was again cut down into 11 simple factors which was converted into 5 basic messages for Indians to ensure that their home is safe for food. And these messages were keeping hands clean. That's a very vague message. What is keeping hands clean? Washing with soap and cutting nails on a regular basis. This is very specific to our context, and it is enough if we do this, that we ensure. But these are some of the things. In practice, proper food handling, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Separate cooked and uncooked food, veg and non-veg food, and reheat the food that you are consuming. A latent heat should also be adequately enough to make it safe. So these are some of the messages that we came up with. This is a pack, and these are 5 key messages for safe food. And a lot of credit for this also goes to some of our students like Alekia and Gagana, who worked in under our supervision, and then they've also carried out some of the work. Then again, coming back to reflection, is that enough? Then again, practice, how to turn it to practice, guided by factors like education, social norms, tradition, perception of self, whether I'll be able to do the work that a communicator on behalf of NIN is asking me to do, self-efficacy and influenced by opinion leaders. These are all issues that are there in the community, and we had to look at our entire science in the perspective of text, where we came in with the content analysis of the existing texts, policy documents, and others, and then context and observation. These were to be incorporated into some of our studies. The text part was nobody has done, everybody was saying curriculum was bad, there is no nutrition or food safety in it. A study was needed to be done to just understand what is there in terms of nutrition in school science curricula. And then this went on to be used. Dr. Brahmam and Dr. Dinesh Paul in LIPSIT director at that time, along with Dr. Umesh Kapil, were constituted as a committee to recommend the possible curriculum for the schools. I don't know how it went. Dr. Dinesh Paul came all the way here and we worked together and then recommended the curriculum, but it went and sat in the files after that. It didn't go anywhere. But still that struggle is on for our ongoing research work, where we are trying to propose some curriculum in the text for the school children and try to make it not rhetorical, but also skill-based. And then these were some of the studies that we've looked at, and then I'll not go into much detail, but we've tried to compare many other things. Contextually, then came, using 4-part forms and many other things, and then nutrition education. And here I would like to remember my colleague, Dr. Vijay Pushpam, who has done tremendous amount of work with the student volunteers, using NSS volunteers as somebody who can take forward the message of nutrition, because NSS volunteers do adopt villages for cleanliness and other things. Nutrition communication could be one of the things with them. And then we tried that experiment with some of them. But again, as I said, small experiments are always there. Sustainability is an issue. And especially when your grants are low and nobody takes you seriously in terms of medical research for this kind of work. And then what? What did we understand? Is awareness the fix? No. Is changing practices the fix? No. The enabling environment is most important. Strengthening nutrition support frameworks, protecting the impact of shocks and vulnerabilities, and promoting diverse diets. That's the key, promoting diverse diets. Still, NIN's first agenda is promoting diet diversity, and then increasing the access and utilization of services. So then again, I took the communication cap on, and then we worked with our, mentor, Dr. Vinod Babrala, who's now the head of the department communication in University of Hyderabad, and a very well-renowned, person in community radio and others. But we saw, what do organizations think about nutrition communication? What does a government organization think? What does an NGO think? What does a multilateral organization think? And here we realize that factors are extraneous to the people who are actually doing health communication in the organizations. They are driven by the agenda. The agenda is set by funders. The funders are the one who problematize a particular cause for you, and then you tend to work on it on a regular basis. I was just discussing this with you, sir, earlier. And this conundrum still exists, not just here, globally, and also in multilateral organizations, and also in ICMR. No, bars on that. And then these have led us to look into more and more risk perception related work, and then we have been invited for doing some of the things. But then I really should thank ICMR for recognizing the qualitative work and policy related work, and then Patwardhan Prize was given, and it set the bar a little high to work a little better. And then Narcissus Scopus thing was there, and then for the work that it is on nutrition communication, University of Hyderabad recognized us as the illustrious alumni of communication department. Then fast forward to 2009, when FSSAI was actually being constituted along with many other, the food safety law was scattered in different laws. What was called Prevention of Food Adulteration Act and the meat and meats product order and many other such things. They were all being brought together in under one umbrella for the food safety standards regulation, and food labeling was being talked about as an important mode of communicating about the food to the people globally. We took up this research in 2009 in NIN, and then we were laughed at and then said, "Aaj, ab NIN is pe bhi kaam karega." But today, NIN is the biggest contributor for food labeling regulation in FSSAI. Its credit is not mine, but credit is for all those who thought, especially Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Nair and others who thought that this was very, very important. So that's where it went. And then, as you know, food labeling can serve different people, different things. But then often we look at only regulators' perspective or consumers' perspective. But food labeling, to regulate food labeling, you'll have to be looking at different perspectives, including the public policy, the consumers, consumer associations, food industry. It means different things to different people. And these are the stakeholders who will let you have the labeling regulation or don't let you have the labeling. And our director very clearly knows that we are battling the ongoing thing for front of pack nutrition labeling. And these studies over and over, after a lot of work, and then prerequisites for using food labels in health communication, buying prepackaged foods is important. Now, no doubt, most of India buys prepackaged food, even if it is single ingredient. And remotest corner of India you go, I don't want to call it a last village, I'll call it a first village. If you go to the first village in Leh or first village in Kanyakumari, you will still see the ultra-processed foods very easily available, affordable. And these are the things that are there. And education is most important. Unfortunately, most educated people also are nutritionally illiterate. So literacy is one thing, to be able to read the label. Nutrition and food literacy is something else, to be able to make sense of it. And then also user-friendliness of the label. That's where the FOPNL formats and others come. And then the reasons why people don't read, these are from some of our national level surveys and supermarketing's intercept surveys. So these are important things. Presentation style, the numbers or nutrients don't matter to many people. How can we simplify and put it forth? Lack of understanding of role of nutrients, because you don't know what 50 calories means to you. You don't know what is 5 grams of protein doing to your body or what it does. So there is no point in representing these as numbers. So these are some of our studies, and thanks to some of our students and colleagues also who participated, then we came up with, can we make people read the labels that are existing as of now? So again, we worked with the school children. We came up with something called Read Before You Eat campaign. And then it really worked. With small interventions, we could show that there is a change in what they eat. And then we did supermarket simulation exercises within the schools, provided them different kinds of foods, asked them to choose, and then asked why you chose. And then they said, on label, we read this. We wanted to do low fat. Somebody wanted to have high protein. Somebody wanted to have something else. So it did work, and then this was again, cited as the great education material in Journal of Nutrition Education Behavior. My friends are already signaling that it is about 10 minutes now to stop, and then I'm going to. And this is the latest study that we've done, and then this is now being actively considered by FSSAI to come up with the front of pack nutrition labeling format, which is more suitable in Indian scenario. And the high point in all this research was, there is no definition of HFSS foods or ultra-processed foods, and there is no dietary guideline in the world which talks about reading food label as an important guideline. And thanks to ICMR and NIN for giving me an opportunity to be part of that illustrious group of dietary guidelines, which formulated dietary guidelines. And most importantly, I'm elated that this has become a dietary guideline, and no other country's dietary guideline has food label reading as so this is a credit to NIN. This is a credit to NIN, and this is dietary guidelines for Indians, and which talks about reading food labels. And now the HFSS definitions, thanks to the entire group, I didn't do much, but was part of it. thanks to NIN, that the HFSS definition, ultra processed food definition, or the combination definition is now being actively considered by FSSAI for coming up with what is high fat, sugar, and salt food. So then these are, as I said, food labeling regulation, and then FOPNM regulation and HFSS foods. This is one of the outcomes of dietary guidelines. We were very fortunate to work on the sugar and fat boards that the Prime Minister had called for. These are the model boards that we created and sent out to the Ministry of Health, which in fact passed it on to NCRT and others, and then made it necessary for all the government offices to display sugar and fat boards. But there are always unintended consequences of communication, and this is that. Somebody said, why NIN is getting into the food habits of the people. Humble samosa and humble jalebi, why they are targeting. They are humble, they give, they support livelihoods of many people, but jalebi made at home or outside by mithai wala or comes in a packed form from Haldiram's, it is high in sugar, it is high in fat. One has to realize that there is no targeting. This is a behavior match that is being talked about. These are there, and again, we'll have to recast our focus and then think about it and then get going with it. Then there is another study that I want to talk about. The dietary diversification is one thing that we talk about. Then we looked at the environmental factors, thanks to Dr. Nair and Dr. Archana for partnering on this study from ICMR grant that I got. And then we came up with something called, we assessed the availability, accessibility, affordability are three things that we usually talk about as important things for diversifying diets. But there are two other things called accommodation and acceptability of the diets, which are not much talked about, except for a few researchers from UK who talk about this. So we tried to do all these, we tried to assess all this. I'm not going to details of methodology, but simply I'll tell you that at the end of it, we used many techniques like, ground truthing, then GPS mapping, distance mapping to see accessibility, then, applying scales for understanding the income level, middle, high income or whatever. And then also we listed all the foods that are available. This was essentially done for understanding diet diversity that can promote micronutrition among children. These are all some of the things. But finally, diet diversity, it got masked, but I can just tell you that, this is something that was very important for diet diversification. Food environment is a key. For food environment, the 5 A's are the key, not the 3 A's. Where in accommodation talks about the willingness of the vendor to give the food that the person is accepting, and the accommodation on part of the consumer is the willingness to source food from what is available, healthy food. So this dimension is often not talked about. We gave physically also, empirically we measured this and also qualitatively measured, and the intersecting points were given a score, and then we said which works on A, B, C, D, E. All 5 A's will be essential for affordability of this, and then only then your attitudes and knowledge and practices can be changed into healthy diets. And this is the 5 A's approach for contextual assessment of food environments. And then, of course, talking about food environments, I cannot but touch the growing ultra-processed foods. About year-on-year increase of 13.7% of foods, ultra-processed foods. And we all think that we have a lot of liberty in what we are eating. We are able to choose better than our ancestors. No, your liberty is decided by advertising and marketing strategies. Your choice architecture is already predefined for you. You are finding healthier or unhealthier options in your vicinity from what is made to be known. Sorry, I didn't mean it. So this is the amount that advertising and our worthy opponent is spending 23,000 crores year on year on advertising, of which 20% goes for food and beverage. And we as communicators have to work against these opponents to talk about healthy nutrition. Imagine where you are and you don't even get grants for anything. And advocacy is not our priority. Research is only our priority. So that's the scenario in which we are. And these are some of the companies you can see of the top spenders of 10 manufacturers foods. And all these foods are advertised day in, day out. Patanjali not left out, even that. So again, working on the media and its ubiquitous impact on children. When we're talking about television and advertising and food, was trying to document the evolution of television as a propagator of nutrition and health messages and body image perceptions in India. I couldn't but help to title the article of bulging bellies and slimming television screens. Our television screens are slimming, our bellies are bulging, and that's the harsh reality. And I tell you why that is the biggest predicament that we have. This is another paper which looked at how children are targeted with various kinds of advertising appeals at various levels. Then came our Let's Fix Our Food initiative, which is ongoing. This is a different part of health communication and advocacy because we have to bring together many like-minded organizations on the same platform and to convey the same message and talk about the same thing. And the 5 key R's are FOPNL, front of pack nutrition labeling, and a taxation of high fat, sugar, and salt foods. Don't talk about the recent GST revision. We will discuss it on a different plane. And then nutrition literacy, how we increase that, and then regulating private and public advertising of food marketing in India, and most importantly, the double duty actions which can tag along with the undernutrition, overnutrition related work. These are all the organizations we brought together. A lot of good things are happening. We are trying to come up with a lot of SWOT analysis of the existing advertising marketing scenario. We published this in Southeast Asia Lancet, and then these are some of the findings. And then we move to understanding now our work is ongoing. We are assessing the determinants and we are using the social cognition lens. And then we are trying to do this. And then we are arguing for children's right with children as ambassadors. And this is an ongoing work. And then we really hope something tangible comes out of it. And these were some of the policy briefs that were released by Professor Vinod Paul and Dr. Rajiv Bahal in March this year. You can also see a director and one corner I am also standing. And then you can see the policy briefs that are there. The experience has been that it's very good. Niti Aayog gave a hearing to us, but what Niti Aayog did is it constituted a committee to look at the nutrition policy or nutrition strategy for the country. Our director, Dr. Prema, and also many others are the advisory board. While we are on the working group, we've submitted the draft strategy from whatever little we know. It is with Professor Vinod Paul for finalization. But that's an unintended consequence, but we are sure that NCDs among children will also be an important part of this. The exasperation here is guidelines for prevention and misleading advertisements cannot be brought out in India. FOPNL cannot be executed in India because we do not have a definition for what is high fat and sugar salt food legally. That's a sad thing. And of course, dietary guidelines is now helping do that. We hopefully think that comes in. And what are ultra processed foods? We don't know. FOPNL is not yet finalized because we are going back and forth on whether warning label is good, summary label is good, signal is good, color coding is good, or traffic light symbol is good. It's on and on and on. So did we leave out information communication technologies, sir? No. Apps, the best 20 apps that are there on Google Drive, what are they suggesting? What they give? These are some of the things. For a test case, they recommend either very high or very low. Some of them recommended for a girl of 22 years who wants to lose 500 kgs of height so much. Each app gives a different recommendation. And why this is happening? This is happening because there is no Indian database of recipes. They rely on whatever database they have. And also, when we compare with what NIN suggests in terms of a meal, an imaginary meal that somebody had, we were getting 2000 calories, but there were apps which were showing 1900 calories extra, that is 3900 calories, or maybe even 500 calories. Again, credit goes to Dr. Damayanti and Dr. Paramita for helping us with this. And then there are also other experiments that we've done with many other things. AI can come in. As you said, food recognition by a photograph, NutriAid, we have tried with a German collaborator. It is very difficult to make people to document what they are eating every day. 15 days we could not make people because they have initial enthusiasm. It fizzles out. It's true with any app. It is true with any app. And then we work with fitness bands also, but that I am not projecting here. Yes, NutriAid, we've closed the project just yesterday, but it is available as an app with a photo recognition tool in Google Play Store, not in iPhones for iPhones yet. But this is what we've done. And initially, after this study, I was also involved in the first version of Nutrify India now. we were all involved, Dr. Bharti, Dr. Vishnu, and many others. Now it's being done by Anantan. Definitely sure it will be much better than what we did. And this is the nutrition atlas that we brought together. All the nutrition data on one platform from different surveys, easily, but not, there are caveats for comparison and all, you cannot. But sir, as you said, the NIH tool has information on nutrition education. This nutrition atlas has a separate segment. It covers RDAs, it covers dietary guidelines, it covers simple message education for people. This can be used, and we are very happy that it is received thousands of clicks and then still on. And the originator of this idea is sitting there, Dr. Vishnu, and then I've done the 2.0 version of it. And again, the entire team. Yes, again, using IT tools and social marketing. Food porn is something that we talk about. We said, why not use, you said healthy foods are not tasty. Partially, I disagree. But healthy foods, commonly understood, is that they don't look good. Food porn is presenting foods in a very, sorry to use word, very appealing way. I don't want to use the word, but nevertheless, appealing way with hashtagging and making children buy it. And then ultimately, if you go to Insta and just say hashtag food porn, you will see minimum of 1.5 million posts on that. And then all these are about unhealthy foods, and they prompt children and adolescents to emulate that, take such picture again and share it in the group, which means they're also likely to have it. So can we use this concept, is a perspective that we published on for healthy foods. Can we put healthy foods, make them look appealing? So that's what it was said, that can we make it look appealing? So we tried it. A publication is under consideration. I tell you, yes, it did work with many of the analysis that it generated or triggered an idea. It may not be sustainable, but it triggered an idea that they should try out newer foods which look beautiful. So this is another work in progress on corporate wellness. We came up with a model. We have tried to employ it, but COVID hindered, but Paramita got her thesis. It is good. And then we have nutrition literacy, and we are now working on developing tools for assessing nutrition literacy in a quick way. What I will quickly tell you is nutrition literacy is only be able to get right kind of information and know about the information. Food literacy is being able to use it on a regular basis for your food choice, knowing where your food is coming from, what its repercussion would be. And we've developed a scale which is hot out of press. Just today it got published. Infolith is a scale that we've developed. It is again a small study, but a study wherein we can just understand to what extent the literacy and nutrition literacy of adolescents is. Future SAMPADA, when it does, we can quickly do a rapid survey of understanding the nutrition literacy among Indian adolescents. And we are also planning for adherence to dietary guidelines as a scale that we can evolve later. Some of our studies, and my colleague Raghavendra will work on it. And then we have worked on something called CHELI, the Comprehensive Healthy Eating and Living Index, which talks about the 5 domains. This index, if published, we will tell you, can actually look into each of the domains, and then targeted intervention can be given either for lifestyle or for nutrition or for whatever. So we are trying to still carve a niche. Niche is called Nutrition Information Communication Health Education, the division that I am in. And then it talks about, we've done a lot of work in relation to policy advocacy, social behavior change, food environments, consumer behavior education, vendor education, and these are not enough. These have to be there. But the high point is there is interest in the academics, and the human resource development is happening thanks to the extension division. The MSc Applied Nutrition course has one full paper on nutrition communication, and the textbook of human nutrition has one full chapter on nutrition communication. And ACSA as PhD fellows also can elect nutrition communication as an LLM. That is a great high point for us. There is many efforts and many approaches are happening, but the problem is health communication still targets only beneficiary. We say individual has to change the behavior. I think it's time health communication looks at much broader perspective of discussing laterally, bottoms up, and also top down. So that's where knowledge to gap practice and practice to knowledge gap. And at the end of it, if you ask me what is the best way to communicate, I'll say, no, I don't know. Because each context is different and each one works in a different way. We need to know what need to be tackled first. Who's our target audience? I don't know. It is again contextual. So that comes to the praxis issue. What is praxis? Praxis is all about deliberative, reflective thinking on what you've done. Most importantly, it never proceduralizes any kind of approach for health communication. It is on the spot, you realize and reflect and then change and then come back. And that's the mode in which we are and we will continue to be. But finally, talked about the praxis, and now the predicament. I draw from one of the health communication books I had an opportunity to co-author, that every new medium comes with potentially powerful as a potential tool of information. Now we're talking about AI, now we're talking about apps, now we're talking about many other things. But again, eventually, as it diffuses in the community, it is known, it becomes a mode of entertainment than education. So we think we are educating people, but we end up entertaining people and don't do anything else. So we need to reconfigure ourselves on a regular basis. The platforms for health and nutrition communication become potent grounds for trusting consumerism. These are the ones which tell you body image and also the other foods that they market. And also they go into many other perspectives. So I'll not go into other details, but these are all the predicaments that we have. We have to wade through them, especially for somebody who's not being this. And science ultimately is the one that has to dispel all the myths. Aneka samsaya shevi, paroksha darshanam, which is not obvious, should be seen through right kind of science communication. Sarvasya rochanam shastram. So everybody's eye is science and it should be scientific. The one who doesn't have that eye is almost like a blind man. So my acknowledgements, thank you for this opportunity. I'm deeply indebted to this institute for taking me into its ambit and then giving me a tight hug and embracing me for the person that I was and I am. Thank you very much to all my colleagues. And its visionary leadership, right from Dr. Patwardhan to now, and of course, Dr. Tulpule incorporated into it. Staff of my division niche and earlier division ET, ICMR, ICSSR, WHO, FAO, W, all these people for giving grants despite their, not so priority list, not being in a priority list. And IUNS, NAS, RS, the Royal Society for Public Health, International Association of Media and Communication Research, and others for recognizing our work and then bestowing us with some kind of an honor, but it is every time setting a benchmark a little higher and we have to rethink ourselves. And Dr. Bamji and Dr. Kamala Krishna Swami have always been our mentors. Successive directors, Dr. Kamala Krishna Swami, Shiva Kumar Shashikaran, Dr. Himlata, now Dr. Bharati, and also interim directors, Dr. Longwa and Dr. Kalpagam. My guide, Professor Pavrala, and my bosses, Dr. T.C. Raghuram, KVR Sharma, they were very welcoming to any idea. They gave complete free hand. And Dr. Brahmam, who's here, Dr. Krishna Kumari Menon, and Dr. Raghunath Rao, and of course, for a small time, Dr. Uday Kumar. And then my colleagues, Dr. Sudarshan, Vishnu, Nair, Bhanu, Bhaskar, Dr. Babu, and Dr. Bharti herself, Dr. Arlapa, Dr. Lakshmaya, and Dr. Dinesh, who have taken me into their research and given an opportunity to understand the multidisciplinarity of the institute. Thank you very much for everyone for this. And of course, my colleagues, Dr. Raghunath Rao, Vijay Pushpam, Krishna Kumari Menon, Anil Dubey, Maheshwar, Damayanti, Nageshwar Rao, Pantulu, everyone who has contributed some way or the other. My colleagues, Panda, Ramarao, Sri Shwan, Surya, Bhaskar, Raghavendra, Samar, and Mahesh, thank you for those 15 minutes of interim discussions that you come and do and then raise key questions, which makes us think whether we are going in right direction or not. They are the Gen Z. Gen Z have a lot of potential these days, right from Nepal to Ladakh, they can topple or build up anything. So they are the Gen Z. Thank you very much for picking our brains regularly. And then students, I don't want to name them for the fear of missing out on them. You know all the students who work with me, who are working still with me as my colleagues. I'm incredibly indebted to you because all the work that I say I have done is all your work. And all the credit goes to you all and not to me. And the colleagues and participants of my studies and the selection committee of this Tulpule Award, and most importantly, Tulpule family who's joining us remotely. I'll fail if I don't acknowledge my family. My dad, my mother have been very instrumental in me joining this institute. Otherwise, I would have been dabbling my hands in some media, doing good, bad, worse, I don't know what. But I am really, really indebted that I'm here, and it brings a lot of tears of joy to me that I'm in this illustrious institute. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
There's a reason why parents say the things they say. We are very grateful to your parents for pressurizing you to join this institute. And a big round of applause for his outstanding contribution and outstanding orations. Very impressive body of work indeed. We now move on to the next segment. We have the tradition of felicitating our senior retired colleagues and our colleagues who have completed 25 years of service at the Institute. So we will start with these felicitations, and I request our dignitaries to please come on to the stage once again to give away the mementos. We will first start with the staff who have completed 25 years of service. Their unwavering commitment, hard work, and loyalty have greatly contributed to the growth and success of our institute. May I now request these distinguished staff members to kindly come forward to receive their mementos, a token of appreciation from the institute. And we begin this list first with our director, Madam, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni. Thank you, ma'am, for your services. Continued services. Second, I invite Dr. Banu Prakash Reddy, Scientist G. So, congratulations. Thank you, sir, for your continued services to the institute. Next, I invite Mr. S. Devendran, Senior Technician. Devendran completed his 25 years last year. Thank you, Mr. Devendran, for your continued services. We next have Anuradha Jayalakshmi. Senior Section Officer. Thank you, madam, for your continued services to the institute. Next, we have Ms. M.S. Gautami. Gautami. Section Officer. Thank you, Gautami, for your services to the institute. Next, we have Amuda Narsingh Rao, assistant. Thank you, sir, for your continued services to the institute. We next have Mrs. Swayam Prabha, Private Secretary. Madam is not here today. We move on to Mangatya, Dr. Mangatya, Senior Technical Officer. Thank you, sir, for your continuous services to the institute. Up next is Dr. Anita Chauhan, Technical Officer C. Thank you, Dr. Anita, for your continued services to the institute. Up next is Mrs. C. Tulja. C. Tulja is Technical Officer B. Thank you, Tulja, for your continued services to the institute. Next is Dr. Prashanti. Dr. Prashanti, Technical Officer A. Thank you, Dr. Prashanti, for your continued services. Up next is Mr. S.P.V. Prasad. Mr. Prasad is Technical Officer A. Thank you, sir, for your continued services to the institute. Next, I invite Mr. Sri Ramakrishna. Mr. Ramakrishna is Technical Officer A. Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishna, for your continued services to the institute. Next is Mr. Giri Babu. Mr. Giri Babu is Technical Officer A. Thank you, Mr. Giri Babu, for your continued services. Next, I invite P.S. Ramarao, P.S. Ramarao, Technical Officer A. Ramarao is not here. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. E. Srinivas Rao, Senior Technician. Mr. Srinivas Rao. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for your continued services. Next, I invite Venkata Raji Reddy, Senior Technician, 3. Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for your continued services. Up next is Mr. Ramavat Ram Singh, Senior Technician 2. Thank you, Mr. Ramavat, for your services. Next, I invite Mrs. T.H. Anita, Senior Technician 3. Thank you, madam, for your continued services to the institute. Next is Mr. Dhanawat Saida. Mr. Dhanawat. Yeah. Last but not least, Mrs. Mini Pramod, Section Officer. Next, we have Mr. Upender, Lab Assistant 1. Thank you, Mr. Garu. Mr. P. Ravinder, Lab Assistant 1. And Mr. Narsingh Rao, Lab Assistant 1. Thank you, Mr. Narsingh Rao. Thanks to all the staff members for their continuing services to the institute. We move to the next. We will now felicitate our retired employees who have completed 75 years of age. Sir, and I request you all to step forward and come onto the stage as I call out your names. First, Dr. G.V.N. Brahman, former scientist head, heading public health division. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hanumanta Rao. former senior driver, the mechanic. Next, I invite Mr. Sri Ramulu. Mr. Sri Ramulu, former senior technician 2. Next, we have Mr. Narayana Gaud, former senior technical officer. His wife is here to take the memento on his behalf. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. P. Rajamohan Rao, former senior technical officer 2. Round of applause, please. We thank our seniors for their lifelong contribution and wisdom and their experience. And today we express our heartfelt gratitude for all the service that they have rendered to this institute. We wish you health and happiness always. Thank you once again for being here. We now move on to the next segment. And we will now move on to the next segment. We have a few releases and launches now. We will begin with the Infuse Innovation Summit brochure release. For this, I invite Dr. Samar to tell us about its objectives and key initiative it highlights. Dr. Samar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are here to release the brochure of this National Innovation Summit, which is titled as Infuse, which is Innovations in Nutrition and Food for Unified Solutions and Empowerment. This is the brainchild of our director to conduct this summit through a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded research project. So this summit's theme is the critical convergence of innovations and nutrition. The challenges of food insecurity, rising obesity, and diet-related diseases are urgent and complex. So these issues demand bold new solutions. So this Infusion Summit is our answer, which is a platform designed to bring together the brightest minds to scale groundbreaking ideas. So this summit will have a today is the brochure release event related to this summit, where you will inside this brochure you will find a detailed information about the four key areas of innovation that we believe will redefine the landscape of the nutrition. So we are looking for transformative solutions from novel food processing methods to AI-powered apps for personalized diet planning and portable diagnostic devices. So to the innovators amongst us, this is the moment. We are offering you a unique platform to showcase your cutting-edge ideas, gain expert feedback, and explore opportunities for collaboration, incubation, and scaling up. So the potential impact of your work on human health and the nutrition industry is immense. So this brochure is call to action. We invite you to join us on December 4th and 5th, 2025 at the ICMR NIM Auditorium in Hyderabad to shape the future of the nutrition. So on this occasion of our Foundation Day, I request our director and honorable guest of honors to release the brochure related to this event. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Samar. We move on to the next release, which is the release of the maternal nutrition e-modules, an important step in advancing digital learning and knowledge sharing. May I invite Dr. Tina to brief us about these
Good afternoon, everyone. On the occasion of our Foundation Day and also the ongoing Poshan Month, we are delighted to launch the maternal nutrition e-modules. To give a brief context, these modules were built on the 12 sessions of the maternal nutrition e-dialogues, which were earlier led by our present director, Dr. Bharti Kulkarni, with ICMR NAM serving as the maternal nutrition secretariat. The series received immense positive feedback from the scientific community, and the insights gained from them have directly informed the development of these e-modules, thus translating the evidence and expert guidance into practical, user-friendly resources for health professionals. So at this moment, I request our director, madam, to please officially launch the e-modules. Thank you, ma'am, for launching the maternal nutrition e-module. So, to conclude the launch on behalf of ICMR NA and Maternal Nutrition Secretariat,
Thank you, Dr. Surya, and best wishes for your study. We next have the launch of the e-procurement software, a key initiative to enhance efficiency and transparency. And I invite Dr. Ananthan, Scientist E, to brief us about the features.
Thank you. This e-procurement committee constituted by Director Madam, as soon as she joined, for improving the effective and efficient procurement, adhering all the Government of India's General Financial Rule 2017, and to provide a periodical training to all the staff. Accordingly, we have given a series of trainings to all the administrative and scientific and technical staff, including hands-on training and workshops. And then we also converted the paper-based indent to paperless indent. And now we have come up with a dedicated software-based indenting and other administrative procedures. I request Madam to launch formally what we have developed to the benefit of the staff. Thank you.
Now,
Including past to financial year. Then the purchase team will start the procurement process as per GEM. Based on GEM availability, financial concurrence note can be prepared, which is readily available in the software and can be publicly stated on this note for official publication. The purchase order for non-GEM procurement can be prepared in the software using default format given here. After completing the purchase, the contingent bill will be prepared by the stores department. bill will come to account section. Separate login credential will be used by account section. Then the payment will be done by accounts and all the entries will be registered in the cash book and appended for managing project plan. We can see the available balance, bill paid, and any committed expenses at any time in the software. Thank you. Actually, we are going to launch periodic training for administration about the use of this one in the short course, maybe after 1 or 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ananthan. We now move to the very special felicitation that recognizes one of the landmark initiatives undertaken by our institute, the SAMPADA survey, a pan-India diet and biomarker survey conducted under the leadership of our former director, Dr. R. Hemalata. It was a massive undertaking and an exemplary team effort. The survey was successfully completed thanks to the dedication, hard work, and commitment across the numerous divisions in our institute and also the various institutes across the country, as mentioned by DG sir this morning. In appreciation of these collective efforts and in recognition of the visionary leadership of our former director, which has guided the survey to its successful completion, our present director, Dr. Bharti Kulkarni, wishes to acknowledge and sincerely appreciate the contributions of all the teams. As a mark of appreciations, mementos will be given, presented by our chief guest and dignitaries. And I'll be calling out the names of the state coordinators and the team leads. May I request each of you to kindly come forward along with your teams and receive the memento from our dignitaries. Before we proceed, thank you. We'll be playing a video on SAMPADA survey.
India is undergoing nutrition transition, but some of the problems of undernutrition and micronutrient deficiencies are still prevalent. Our diets are changing, lifestyle diseases are rising, and physical activity levels are falling. How do we take targeted policy measures and create effective public health strategies without a precise understanding of exact scenario? That's where SAMPADA comes in. SAMPADA stands for Survey of Assessment of Markers of Population Health, Activity, Diets, and Anthropometry. This is a groundbreaking study spearheaded by the ICMR National Institute of Nutrition with the support of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. NIN scientists coordinated and directly supervised the entire data collection across different states and union territories. Did you know that SAMPADA is one of the largest surveys of its kind in the world? Over 200,000 individuals from 183 districts across 35 states and union territories participated in the survey, providing crucial insights into India's health. Imagine the scale. More than 81,000 households were surveyed, and 73,587 households provided data on food security. Unlike previous surveys, which focused on specific age or physiological groups or urban and rural population, or some states, SAMPADA study covers all age and physiological groups from all states and union territories of India. Anemia prevalence was estimated using venous blood sampling, ensuring gold standard accuracy. In all, over 176,000 blood samples have been collected. And I have also collected and analyzed dietary intakes of over 2.6 lakh individuals, 2,927 food samples to detect toxins, pesticides, and heavy metals in Indian diets. How was this massive study conducted? Data was collected in real time using tablet PCs, ensuring efficiency and accuracy. our researchers used portable autoanalyzers in the field to measure hemoglobin and HbA1c, while other biomarkers, including vitamin A, B12, D, folate, and ferritin, were meticulously analyzed in Hyderabad's laboratory under strict quality control. What does this mean for India? With nationally representative data on food insecurity, dietary intakes, undernutrition, physical activity levels, and food safety, policymakers now will have the tools to make informed decisions. With SAMPADA's insights, targeted programs can be developed to ensure improved nutrition security and food safety, bridging the gaps in healthcare and food policies. SAMPADA is more than just numbers. It is about empowering health, ensuring food security, food safety, and shaping the future of nutrition policies in India.
What a wonderful video, actually. We almost forgot the kind of effort that had gone into this. It's like once you see the baby, the labor pains are forgotten. This is a nice reminder to see that all the work that the team has put in. So now I move on to calling you on to the stage to receive the memento from our dignitaries. We'll start with SAO, madam. Madam here. We move on. Then I go on to the state coordinators alphabetically. Dr. Ananthan and team, please come forward. Dr. Ananthan led Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, along with his team. Dr. Arlappa and team. Dr. Arlappa and team. Dr. Arlappa also served as a zonal head. They coordinated the study in Madhya Pradesh, Kerala, Lakshadweep. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. J.J. Babu and team. Babu sir also served as a zonal head. Bihar, Jharkhand, Daman, Diu. We're all coordinated by Dr. Babu and his team. Next up, Dr. Surya Gaud and team. Surya Gaud served as a state coordinator. Next, I invite Dr. Hemant Mahajan and team. Dr. Hemant and team. Congratulations. Next, I invite Dr. Meshram and team. Dr. Meshram also served as a zonal coordinator. Next, Dr. Mahesh and team. Each of these state coordinators coordinated the activities in 2 states and a union territory. Dr. Mahesh and team. Dr. Rajendra Rao and team. Dr. Rajendra Rao and team.
Come close.
Up next is Dr. Srinivas Rao and team. Next, Dr. Sairam and team. Dr. Sairam also served as a zonal coordinator. Next, Dr. Samarasimha Reddy and team. So those there are frontline warriors. Now the people who have worked back end. Data management team. The team is headed by our director, Dr. Bharti Kulkarni. She has a very able team with her. Dr. Samar and team, please join. Going back to the state coordinators, as I missed Dr. Raghavendra. Dr. Raghavendra and team. Apologies. Coordinated stage and ingredient density. Next, we have the biomarker analysis team headed by Dr. Bhanuprakash Reddy and team. Sir. The biomarker analysis team. A round of applause, please. Next, we have the App Development Committee. Radhika and team. Dr. Saira, the rest of them are joining. The App Committee, please. Next, we have the Diet Committee, headed by Dr. Radhika and team. Tanisha is here. Any other dietitians who are on the team, please join. Next, we have food chemistry, Dr. Ananthan and team. Dr. Ananthan and team for food chemistry. Food toxicology analysis, Dr. Kesh Krishna and team. Food toxicology analysis, Dr. Sukesh Singh and team. Keep clapping, audience. Next, we have the lab supply group, headed by Dr. Surya Narayana and team. Lab supply group, Dr. Surya Narayana and team. Biorepository group, headed by Dr. Venkatesh and team. The biorepository group. Instrumentation team, Dr. Banu, Dr. Sanjay, and others. Instrumentation. Instrumentation team. Yes, please. Transport team, Dr. Meshram, Mr. B. Venkateswar Rao, and others. Transport team. The transport also looked into the logistics for the entire survey. Accounts officer and team. The accounts department, accounts officer and team, please. So the very important department. Next, we also have the stores, AO stores and others from the stores. Accounts officer for stores. Next, we have payables, EDO and team. Tables, EDO and team. You can also take the memento for tables. That's EDO and team again. Tables and tables. Next, we have a project cell. Administrative officer in charge of project cell and team lead. Yes, sir, and team. Yes. Keep the flags coming, yes, yes, yes. Next, we have for the committee, there's this refrigeration, air conditioning, electricity. That's Dr. Rajendra Rao and team. Dr. Rajendra Rao and team. For electricity, refrigeration, air conditioning. Next, we have the maintenance team, headed by Dr. Sibarao and others. Sorry, Sibarao and team. Maintenance Department. Dr. Babu. Next, we have the design and designation team. Dr. Suparao and team for design and designation. Design and designation. Next, we have one for the anthropometry team. It was involved in a lot of training across all the states. I invite the anthropometry team, headed by Dr. Ramakrishna. We also like to invite the Director's Office, the Director Secretariat, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Mahesh, Mrs. Prashanti, Ramarao also. A lot of work behind the scenes by the team. I'd like to take a moment to remember our colleague, Dr. Devendran, who is no more with us, and he was the state coordinator for Rajasthan. Yeah, remember him. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries, for patiently giving out all the awards. We now have certificates for students who have actually helped a lot with the repository. So I request Dr. Venkatesh to please come on to the stage and request the dignitaries to give away the certificates to these students. Mr. Manas Pal. Mr. Vikas. Mr. Vikas Kushava. Zobia Tamin. Ms. Zobia Tamin. Ms. Lavanya. They have certificates. Yeah. Nitya Shri. Ms. Nitya Shri. Ms. Matiba Akram. Ms. Dayavin. Ms. Rujuta. Ms. Sonal Preet Kaur. Ms. Kushi Upadhyay. And Ms. Ravita Midha. Second. And Ms. Anjana. Yeah, please wait, Anjana also present. Thank you for your services, and all the very best to you. And I thank the dignitaries for patiently giving away all the award certificates. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Maheshwar. Dr. Maheshwar, HOD of the Extension and Training Division, to propose the vote of thanks.
So, greetings everyone on this occasion of Foundation Day, Nin Foundation Day. It's my honor and privilege to extend vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. On behalf of our director and staff of NN, I express my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. C. Mohan Rao, President, Telangana Academy of Sciences. Thank you, sir. And guest of honor and Foundation Day orator, Dr. Anurag Bhargav, for devotion of time and both of them, their eminent presence. Thank you very much, sir. I thank our Director General, Dr. Rajiv Bhal, for gracing the occasion with his special address. I express my heartfelt thanks to our Director, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni, for showing new direction to Foundation Day celebrations. It is made of concept to have one oration lecture on every Foundation Day henceforth from this year. Hence, today's lecture stands as the first Foundation Day oration of NN. Thank you, madam, for making the Foundation Day celebration more vibrant henceforth. On behalf of NN, my congratulations to all the staff who have been felicitated and completion of 25 years of service, and I express my honor and wishes to all the retired staff for their health and happiness and peace of mind on completion of 75 years of age, including Dr. Brahmamsa, who was my first boss when I joined in NN. My thanks and big congratulations to Tulpule Award winners, Dr. Subbarao, Dr. Ravindranath, and Dr. Tina, and all the members of SAMPADA team who have been felicitated. This year, Foundation Day witnessed many releases and launching of several innovations, including e-modules, e-procurement software, innovation summit brochure. My sincere thanks to all the colleagues involved in developing these innovations. My sincere thanks to various sections, divisions, including administration, accounts, maintenance, audiovisual unit, electrical, canteen, and transport divisions, enabling smooth conduct of this program. Pardon me if I forgot anyone names of division. Finally, thank you each and everyone who has contributed for success of this program. And finally, I thank Dr. Sylvia for her melodious anchoring. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mahesh. Only a HOD can remember these things. With this, we bring our Foundation Day celebrations to a close. Yeah. May our institute grow in strength and in service to the nation. I now request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you and have a good afternoon. See, let's long this.